C3146. C3146 pure. Text online. Read. Local domain name, mobile phone. Synchronous read. Please visit Qinxiang. Looked at the old man's astonished face and smiled slightly. Then his palm shot out like lightning and struck the old man's chest. You. Who are you? The old man was shocked. He was a cultivator of the world-defying stage's sacred body, but he was actually injured severely by the other party in such a short period of time. You are not worthy of knowing who I am. Myriad Tao Divine Mountain, from today onwards, you will forever disappear from natural law world. When Chen Xiang said this, his expression became serious. The huge Myriad Tao Divine Mountain started to shake, and everyone on the mountain started to fly away. Chen Xiang immediately locked onto some of the people from the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain, and then released a large number of mouse manes to kill all the small fries. Weary? In just a short while, only Qin Xiang and the old man remained at the top of Myriad Tao Divine Mountain, which was originally bustling with noise and excitement. You are Qin Xiang. This elder looked at Qin Xiang with a face filled with shock. He felt that this kind of person was the only person who had such a huge grudge against Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Don't worry. Your Myriad Tao Divine Mountain belongs to the world-defying stage clan. I will quickly eradicate him. Even the people who are my enemies will not have a good ending. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he pushed forward with his palm, and a powerful force surged out, bringing with it a wave of world-defying God fire that howled out. The old man's body was turned into pieces and was burnt to ashes by the world-defying God fire. The Myriad Tao Divine Mountain had already been destroyed by Qin Xiang. After that, he went to find the world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect, and with just a few moves he managed to destroy them. Now he felt that the natural law world was in his control. If it was before, it would be impossible for him to destroy these two powers that easily. Qin Xiang returned to the Danji. The mysterious land, told LV Chilian and the others about the situation outside, and A.S. assured them that he could cultivate here. Currently, the people of Heaven Old Divine Race and the World-Defying Stage Clan were both in the Divine Wasteland. The World-Defying Stage Clan and the people of Heaven Old Divine Race had teamed up. Heaven Old Orcs didn't know why they were acting so low-key at this time, nor did he know what they were doing. In short, Qin Xiang felt that they were extremely dangerous. Even the current Qin Xiang was extremely wary of the Heaven Old Orc Emperor. He did not have the confidence to defeat the Beastman Sovereign. I wonder how strong the strongest member of the Heaven Old Divine Race is. Qin Xiang had never asked Qin Kai before. Even if he had, he did not know. But he could ask one person, and that would be SHI plus Song Kong. SHI plus Song Kong had become very obedient now, answering almost every question he asked. Old fellow in your Heaven Old Divine Race, who is the strongest? Qin Xiang asked. I don't know who's the strongest, because there are a few who are very strong, and their strengths are all stronger than Heaven Old Orc Emperor. SHI plus Song Kong said, your current strength is not bad, but it is not enough for you to go deal with them. It's not enough to deal with them with my current strength, but it's still possible to give them a headache. Qin Xiang laughed. You should know where all the world-defying stage clan S live, right? These guys are currently in a separate dimension. Before, they were separated, but after they pledged their allegiance to us, they were unified by us. This makes it easier for us to manage them. SHI plus Song Kong said, what are you going there for? I just feel that you shouldn't have put the Tengu beast in the natural law world, but in their world-defying stage clan. Qin Xiang had already gotten his hands on the array disc and could open a spatial tunnel from the Heaven Old Super Realm, allowing the Tengu beast inside to come out. After SHI plus Song Kong heard these words, he did not know what to say. Quick, take me there. Initially, Qin Xiang had thought of letting SHI plus Song Kong lead him in, but he was afraid that once SHI plus Song Kong came out, he would contact the Heaven Old Divine race, and that would affect his plans, so he planned to sneak in by himself. SHI plus Song Kong led Qin Xiang to a where there was a city. After Qin Xiang arrived at the city, he saw that there were a lot of people who belonged to the world-defying stage clan, and more of them came from the world-defying stage clan. Why did you Heaven Old Divine race people come to this place? Qin Xiang asked. Such a good world only has humans. It's simply a waste. We came here to make this world better. SHI plus Song Kong said. Bulls. HI plus T. Do I not know what you have done? Qin Xiang sneered. To make those fellows from the world-defying stage clan use poison to control them, and even want to destroy my natural law world. You all are definitely not good people. SHI plus Song Kong did not speak anymore. Humans were originally like ants in their eyes, because they, Heaven Old Divine race, were able to use the powerful world-defying stage fierce power. So no matter how strong humans were, as long as they could not use the world-defying stage fierce power, they were no match for them. Thus they had never put humans in their eyes. How much do you know about the Heaven Old Super Beast King? Qin Xiang asked. What, you met him? Asked in shock. Previously, he had received help from his other companions, saying that he had met Heaven Old Super Beast King. Yes, Qin Xiang was not afraid to tell SHI plus Song Kong because SHI plus Song Kong was already under his control. Where did he go? SHI plus Song Kong's voice suddenly trembled. I brought him to the divine wasteland. Qin Xiang said, What's wrong? This is troublesome. This guy is very scary. Once he evolves into a complete body, no one will be able to save him. You're asking for trouble. SHI plus Song Kong snorted. Once Heaven Old Super Beast King gets to the divine wasteland, he will go search for the Myriad Tao's origin. Once he finds it, he will borrow the Myriad Tao's origin to evolve himself. Is that so? Qin Xiang frowned. If he had successfully evolved, how strong would he be? Such a powerful being, wouldn't he be sucked into the Myriad Tao? Tiangu Beast won't be restricted by the Myriad Tao, and neither will we, SHI plus Song Kong said, even if we have the power to Serpa. The limits of the Myriad Tao, we will still not be sent away, because we are not born from the Myriad Tao. So it's like that. Qin Xiang felt that the Heaven Old Super Beast King he met before was not bad. You don't look worried at all. Tiangu Beast is much more brutal than Heaven Old Orcs. SHI plus Song Kong sneered. I feel that all of you have to be even more brutal. Tiangu Beast are just a bit more stupid. At least they aren't as harmful as you guys. Qin Xiang laughed out loud. How about you compare yourself to the Tiangu Beast? Do you think it's more harmful to humans or more to the Tiangu Beast? It's just that the Tiangu Beast did not appear here. SHI plus Song Kong quibbled. The fact that the Tiangu Beast will appear here is also a good thing. Qin Xiang couldn't help but laugh. Of course, I'll go and place the Tiangu Beast in the world-defying stage clan right now. At that time, I'll be able to carefully see how brutal the Tiangu Beast is. C3147. C3147 pure. Text online. Read. Local domain name mobile phone. Synchronous read. Please visit all the world-defying stage clan S were gathered in the same SPAC at the moment. If Qin Xiang could really sneak in and release the Tiangu Beast inside, it would definitely cause these world-defying stage clan a huge amount of damage. Qin Xiang not only planned to release the Tiangu Beast from world-defying stage clan, he also wanted to go to the Heaven Old Divine Races SPAC to release it. He only wanted to see how many Tiangu Beasts there were right now. The people of Heaven Old Divine Race only opened the spatial tunnel for a very short time. If he opened it for a long time, then there might be even more Tiangu Beasts that appeared. When SHI plus Song Kong found out about Qin Xiang's thoughts, he immediately thought that Qin Xiang would probably throw all these Tengu beasts into the Heaven Old Divine race. There were indeed a few very strong people in the Heaven Old Divine race. But if Qin Xiang were to suddenly release a large amount of Tengu beast, that would definitely cause a lot of death or injury to the people of the Heaven Old Divine race. You won't have a good ending if you anger our Heaven Old Divine race. You better let me go, and then give me the antidote. This way you can live to the end of your life. SHI plus Song Kong said, "Dream on." Qin Xiang was not that naive. He let it go just like that. He hated the people of Heaven Old Divine race very much. Did not forget that they caused a lot of deaths in the natural law world. If you did not place the Tengu beast in the natural law world, so many people would not have died. Qin Xiang said coldly, "I will make all of you Heaven Old Divine race pay with your blood. Don't think that just because you are extremely believe you will look down on other humans. Uft, I'll let you be. ASTARDS die with the humans right now." Qin Xiang strolled around the city by the sea. There were many people from the world-defying stage clan here, and as long as he kept his eyes on these people, he would be able to find a way to enter the world-defying stage clan. At night, the city was no longer as lively as it was before. Qin Xiang released quite a few mouse manes and stared at the people of the world-defying stage clan closely. Once they left the city, they would follow them. In the middle of the night, Qin Xiang finally discovered a group of people leaving the city. All of them were from the world-defying stage clan, and their strengths were quite strong. At this moment, they had left the city obviously to return to the world-defying stage clan. Qin Xiang immediately followed quietly and teleported all the mouse man back at the same time. All of them are young people who have just stepped into world-defying stage. After Qin Xiang saw through their strength, he was not worried anymore. He could use counter-power invisibility to follow behind them without worry. There were more than 20 people in this group. They were riding a flying disc, flying towards the depths of the sea. Is the entrance in the sea? Qin Xiang followed him, and not long after, he saw the flying discs diving into the ocean. Myriad Tao Divine Mountain is also in Divine Wasteland. After Qin Xiang followed him into the ocean, he quickly discovered a huge mountain that was emitting a faint white light underwater. This mountain looks very similar to the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain, but it is not the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Qin Xiang continued to follow closely, and those people were unable to discover him at all. The flying disc flew into a cave at the bottom of the ocean, and after flying in, the door automatically closed. Qin Xiang anxiously used teleportation to run in and turned into a small stone, landed on a man's shoulder and stuck close to it. As long as those guys from the Mu Rong family make ASPAC, they will be able to release the Tengu beast. At that time, we will be able to hunt the Tengu beast and acquire the Myriad Tao Divine Soil. When the time comes, we will have the divine tools refined by the Myriad Tao Divine Soil. Just thinking about it makes us excited. Didn't they say that the Tengu beast hunting grounds are located at that natural law world? It was originally like this, but because of some problems over there, we're no longer able to contact the person inside. It seems that things are not going well. That's why the Mu Rong family built this SPAC. These guys from the Mu Rong family do have some ability, but they are now the dogs of the He clan. What a pity the He clan has obtained these people who can control the power of SPAC. It's fine, since we have already pledged our allegiance to the Heaven Old Divine race. We don't need to worry about being bullied by him. These young people were discussing about the Tengu beast allowing Qin Xiang to know a bit about the reaction of the Heaven Old Divine race people. They were no longer able to contact the natural law world, so they naturally knew that something had happened inside. There were definitely people thinking of ways to investigate the situation inside, but they were unable to enter the natural law world. The group of youngsters entered a large formation, then activated it and were transported to another SPAC. This place was actually even larger than the Danji. Oh, the mysterious land. He reckoned that this place was at least 10 times larger than the Danji. Oh, the mysterious land. There are some places with very few people. It would be best if the Tengu beast were to be released there. Chun Xiang released many heaven-devouring ratas to investigate the situation. Feng Kute said, "This SPAC is very stable. Even if we release a large number of Tengu beast, they will not be afraid. I just do not know if they will let this group of Tengu beast run to the divine wasteland." Probably not to them. Tengu beast are resources because Tengu beast have myriad Tao divine soil on them. If they let these Tengu beast go to divine wasteland, maybe they'll be taken away by heaven old orcs, and heaven old orcs is their enemy. Chun Xiang said, "From what they said just now, the SPAC built by the Murong family will take some time to complete. If I were to just leave the Tengu beast here, they would be able to start hunting." "Wouldn't that be letting them off easy?" Feng Kuder said, "Don't worry, anyway. Even if they get a large number of myriad Tao divine soilless, they won't be able to pose much of a threat to me. Even if I don't release the Tengu beast here, they will have a way to hunt for it." Chun Xiang said, "The people of heaven old divine race already had a way to obtain the myriad Tao divine soil, but Chun Xiang was unable to stop them, so he was worried that it would be useless. Furthermore, the speed at which he obtained the myriad Tao divine soil was much faster than the people of heaven old divine race." Chun Xiang arrived at a place with no one around and took out the formation plate that SHI plus Hong Kong had given him. After he activated the formation plate, a huge black vortex quickly appeared in the sky. Very quickly, many huge Tengu beast ran out from inside. The moment they came out, a black gale blew out, and as it blew out, the Tengu beast was blown away by the wind and into different parts of the SPC. Chun Xiang had opened this door for a very long time, which was much longer than when he had opened it previously. He did not know how many Tengu beast had opened this door for now, but he knew that there would be a lot. "Someone's coming. I'll get it somewhere else." Chun Xiang chuckled, then teleported to another relatively fewer people, turned on their ray disc, and blew out a large gust of black wind. C3148. C3148 as SHI plus Hong Kong was sealed inside the Six Realms mirrors. He continuously roared loudly. He really wanted to know how many Tengu beast Chun Xiang would actually release. Chun Xiang continuously changed locations and released wave after wave of Tengu beast. The time he took to open the door was 1 hour, which could be considered a very long time. "Kid, what's the situation outside?" SHI plus Hong Kong asked. "Many Tengu beast are shouting." Chun Xiang laughed. "It's very lively here." "You. Just how many Tengu beast did you release?" SHI plus Hong Kong was shocked and anxiously asked. "I don't know either, but I must have opened that sage for more than an hour." Chun Xiang said he did not know how many Tengu beast had come over. "You." SHI plus Hong Kong was speechless. "In this half an hour, we've released at least 10,000 of them. This world-defying stage clan can be considered destroyed." "Thank you. If you hadn't given me the array disc, I wouldn't have been able to do such a beautiful thing. I planned to sneak into the heaven old divine race's territory and try to see if I could release a large amount of Tengu beast." "Don't act recklessly. I won't tell you how to enter the ancient G. Oh, D domain, even if I die." SHI plus Hong Kong shouted in anger. "Don't worry, I won't let you die," laughed out loud. The W.A.N. Guo Sent would never let anyone die, but it would definitely make them suffer a fate worse than death. After he finished speaking, he no longer bothered with SHI plus Hong Kong. The heaven-devouring rat that Chun Xiang released already saw that quite a number of strong world-defying stage clan members killed their own Tengu beast. As long as he saw any Tengu beast that fell to the ground, he would immediately run over and collect them. In the SPAC, where the world-defying stage clan was Beast roars could be heard everywhere, and battles were happening everywhere. Many people from the world-defying stage clan were killed by the strong Tengu beast. Chunxiang kept the Tengu beast's corpse and paid attention to the situation inside the cave. Once the heaven old divine race people entered, he would be careful. So powerful. Chunxiang suddenly saw a small Tengu beast that was as tall as 3 people. It was very small compared to the other, mountain-like Tengu beast, similar to the heaven old super beast king that he had met before. This small and exquisite heaven old super beast king was extremely powerful. Many of the old undead world defying stage clanness were smashed into meat paste with a single slap of his. No one could stop him, so Chunxiang did not dare to approach him. Another heaven old super beast king. He's really amazing. Chunxiang never thought that he would actually be able to release a heaven old super beast king. This kind of heaven old super beast king was a rare occurrence in the heaven old super realm, but right now he had met 2 of them. There were already more than 100 corpses of the Tengu beast that Chunxiang had collected. There weren't many that had died, but there were a lot of dead world defying stage clan cultivators, and the ground was full of broken corpses. There are so many of these Tengu beasts, but they have actually become so frightening. When Chunxiang saw the people of world-defying stage clan, he almost collapsed. Many of them were in hiding, and not many dared to accept the challenge. However, they all knew that these gigantic black beasts were Tengu beast. Only the heaven old divine race could release the Tengu beast, so they all thought that it was the heaven old divine race who released the Tengu beast. At this moment, they were extremely angry because they had already pledged their allegiance to the heaven old divine race. But why did they still have to harm them? The spatial undulations are very strong. Heaven old divine race is here, be careful. Feng Ku'er suddenly said. Yeah, I felt it too. Chunxiang had already seen the heaven old divine race, people who had suddenly appeared. They were all dressed in gold and white robes and had a mask on their face. There were dozens of them. The moment they appeared, the first person they dealt with was heaven old super beast king. These dozens of guys are all very strong. Chunxiang didn't dare to get close at the moment and could only watch from afar. If he were to head over now to collect the corpse, he would definitely be discovered. We can't let them catch this guy. Heaven old super beast king was extremely important to the people of heaven old divine race. They would do anything to capture him, because this was something that was extremely beneficial to heaven old divine race. That's the only way. Chunxiang took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and teleported the currently besieged heaven old super beast king out to the divine wastelandess. Then he himself ran out, because he had already been discovered when he was in the process of cultivating. If there were only world-defying stage clanness, he would not be afraid, but a few dozen of them were very powerful. Finally out. Chunxiang ran out from the world-defying stage clan's dimension, and then followed behind that heaven old super beast king as he ran frantically. Did you get me out? The heaven old super beast king said. Yes, I don't want you to be caught. Chunxiang answered. He had met a talking Tengu beast before, so he was not too surprised. Thank you. This heaven old super beast king was extremely grateful to Chunxiang and said. This made Chunxiang even more surprised. He never thought that these heaven old super beast king who had a hint of intelligence would actually be this polite to say such words. It was the same for the previous heaven old super beast king. Right now we are still being chased. I can help you run faster. Where do you need to go? Chunxiang asked. He had learned from S.H.I. plus Song Kong that once these heaven old super beast king came to the divine wasteland, they would be able to sense where the source of Myriad Tao was and then search for it. Once they found the Myriad Tao spring, they would absorb it and become very strong. It was a very scary threat to the people of the heaven old divine race. This way, pointed in a direction. Chunxiang immediately brought him and teleported away. With a few moves, they left the place they were at just now. This way they could avoid being tracked by the Heaven Old Divine Race. Heaven Old Super Beast King was like a black gorilla. At this moment, Qin Xiang was sitting on this Tengu Beast shoulder, running far away. Inside the world-defying stage clans PAC, a few Heaven Old Divine Race people were floating in the air, looking at the ruins and the roaring Tengu Beast. They never thought that such a thing would happen. Why are there so many Tengu Beast here, and why are there so many of them? Our array discs have never been opened before, and only the little team's array discs could bring so many Tengu Beast here. What exactly happened inside? Could it be that they are taking their revenge on us? That little team's treatment is not bad. Their world-defying mad source speed are all very big. They have no reason to hate us. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. The most important thing is that a Beast King has escaped. If we are unable to capture him, we will be in deep trouble. Everyone should know what will happen after Heaven Old Super Beast King finds the Myriad Tao source. C3149. C3149. The reason Qin Xiang was following this Heaven Old Super Beast King was to see where the Myriad Tao source was. Gorilla! I also let a Heaven Old Super Beast King out. The place he went might be the same as the place you went. Qin Xiang said, "If you meet him, will you fight?" There couldn't be two tigers on one mountain. Qin Xiang was very worried about such a thing. Don't worry, we won't have any conflicts because we all have a common goal. Our goal is to get rid of the Heaven Old Divine Race. The gorilla said, Heaven Old Divine Race is a very evil being. Why do you say that? Aren't they humans? Qin Xiang said, they are indeed a little overbearing, but I do not think that they are evil. We were originally humans, but they turned us into this. The gorilla angrily retorted, only a few people still maintain their original souls, just like me. There's actually such a thing. Qin Xiang was very surprised. The people of Heaven Old Divine Race obtained a few evil beast dead spirits from somewhere, and these dead spirits entered our bodies. After absorbing the energy within our bodies, they nurtured a very large beast body. The huge Tengu beastess that you saw previously are all in this situation. These people are already dead. Their souls have already been devoured. The gorilla said, as for some of us, because we have enough power to fight against the souls of the evil beast, we can still preserve our memories. The birth of the Tengu beast was actually so tortuous. Now, Qin Xiang understood why SHI plus Hong Kong was so afraid that the Heaven Old Super Beast King would find the Myriad Tao's origin. This is because in our homeland there are many Myriad Tao divine soilless. After they transform us into Tengu beast, as long as we are separated for a period of time, our bodies will be covered with a small number of Myriad Tao divine soilless. At that time, they only need to release us and kill us. The gorilla was very excited at this moment. This was something that made them very angry. These fellows are too despicable. I am so sorry I killed a lot of Tengu beast and even extracted the Myriad Tao divine soil from them. Qin Xiang said, it doesn't matter. After all, they are already dead. If we kill them, it might be able to release them. The gorilla said, if you want to go to Myriad Tao divine soil, I can bring you there to look for it. But before that, I need to go to Myriad Tao's origin. What does the source of the Myriad Tao have to do with you? Why are there so many Myriad Tao divine soilless in your hometown? Qin Xiang asked. He was also extremely happy in his heart. The Heaven Old Super Beast King was bringing him to enter Heaven Old Super Realm to search for the Myriad Tao divine soil. This way he would not have to go through so much effort to refine it. The gorilla did not reply, obviously because he did not want to tell Qin Xiang these things. The location of the Myriad Tao source was uncertain. It would move, and it would move rather frequently. Gorilla need to keep turning as they run. It's so hard to find. Qin Xiang had already waited for a few days, but he still had not arrived. Furthermore, the gorilla's speed was extremely fast, and sometimes it could even fly, but most of the time it was just wildly running on the ground, because he said that it was easier to sense the myriad Tao's origin on the ground. On the side of the heaven-old divine race, they had already sent 2 people to look for the heaven-old super beast king. There are still remnants of the evil beast soul inside the heaven-old super beast king. We can still feel the aura of his partic. 1. P-ation when we use the divine tools specially crafted by him. A heaven-old divine race person was holding onto a disc. 2 red dots of light appeared on the surface of the disc that was as smooth as a mirror. What's going on? Why are there 2 targets? A heaven-old divine race man at the side said in shock. Don't tell me there are 2 heaven-old super beast king-s. They should be searching for the myriad Tao's origin. If they were to find it, we would be in even more trouble. All right, if there was only 1 heaven-old super beast king, they might not be so nervous, but there were 2 of them. What do we do now? Go back and ask them to send another group of people to search. The 2 heaven-old divine race people immediately ran back. Gorilla is the myriad Tao's source underground? If you can find the source of myriad Tao, would you be able to meet that previous heaven-old super beast king? Qin Xiang asked. I'm not sure if it's underground. If I find him, I might not run into my comrades, because there are 108 myriad Tao-s, the gorilla said. If we find it, we will eat that myriad Tao source. There are actually so many. Qin Xiang did not expect this. The source of the myriad Tao must be connected to this tribe. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many myriad Tao divine soil in that heaven-old super realm. Yes, if we want to recover to our original state, we can only recover by eating the myriad Tao's origin. The gorilla said, when I recover, can you open that Pa-S sage? When the time comes, I will follow you to the heaven-old super realm. I can find a large number of myriad Tao divine soil-s there for you. Of course not. Qin Xiang would definitely cooperate with the gorilla for the sake of the myriad Tao divine soil. After running for a few days, the gorilla suddenly became very excited and shouted, "It's nearby!" At this moment, the gorilla was Russ. Plussing towards a huge mountain. He came to the foot of the mountain and punched at it. After the mountain was shattered, a green light burst out from within the mountain, and a green ball the size of 2 people flew out in one direction. The gorilla immediately flew over and hugged the green ball of light, and fiercely bit at the myriad Tao source with his mouth wide open. After a few bites, it shattered, and a ball of green light flew out, being swallowed by the gorilla. This guy's methods are really simple and crude. Qin Xiang had witnessed the entire process from high up in the sky, which could be considered an eye-opener. He thought that the myriad Tao's origin would be extremely huge, but he never expected it to be this small. Xiao Kur, can you feel any kind of special power from the myriad Tao's origin? Qin Xiang asked. I can't feel it at all. Perhaps this kind of thing only has a special effect on races like theirs. Feng Kudu said. At this moment, the gorilla's sieve body had already been enveloped by the green light and was slowly falling to the ground like a silkworm chrysalis. When can I do that? Qin Xiang ran over and shouted, but there was no sound from inside. The gorilla seemed to be asleep. If the people of the heaven-old divine race find this place, then we will be in trouble. Qin Xiang was a little anxious. He took out the 6 realms mirrors and tried it out, but he could not put it into the SPC. However, he succeeded in bringing the huge green pupa onto the 6 realms mirrors. At this moment, he was flying high in the sky while carrying it. C-3150. C-3150 Qin Xiang flew at a very high alt. 1. 2 and used the counter power to hide himself. I wonder when this guy will wake up. Qin Xiang patted the green cock. He had originally planned to return to the Danji, mysterious land, but he was worried that he would lure the heaven-old divine race's people to that place. He had already found the approximate strength of the heaven old divine race from S.H.I. plus Hong Kong, and was still very strong. If the existence of the Danji, the mysterious land, were to be discovered by them, and then they could think of a way to break through them, that would not be good. In order to prevent this kind of thing from happening, Chen Xiang did not plan to go to the Danji, the mysterious land. Deep into the night, Chen Xiang made the flying discs float in the sky and stopped above. He was not flying right now, and he needed to rest. Weird. Why would there be movement at night? Chen Xiang carefully looked at the green giant worms breathing, and then looked around, but didn't find anything wrong. Just as he was puzzled, he realized that a light green mist was seeping out of the green giant worm's surface. What was inconceivable to him was that after the green mist appeared, he could feel a trace of world-defying stage fierce power. Could these be the world-defying stage fierce power? Chen Xiang anxiously absorbed a little of it, which made him even more surprised, because after absorbing the green mist, he realized that the world-defying stage fierce power was extremely dense. These world-defying stage fierce power are drifting out. That means they came from within. If I do not absorb them, it will be a waste. Chen Xiang immediately channeled his devouring magic kung fu and quickly absorbed the green mist on the surface of the green giant worm. This green mist contained a large amount of world-defying stage fierce power. It's much faster than when I absorbed it through my meridians. When opened his eyes, he could no longer feel the world-defying stage fierce power entering his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the green giant worm had stopped moving and was no longer releasing that green mist. It stopped. Does it only appear at night? Chen Xiang secretly guessed. It was daytime, but no green mist leaked out, causing Chen Xiang to be disappointed. But absorbing the mist overnight also increased his cultivation by a lot. The myriad Tao's origin is green, and the mist that leaked out is also green. If there is a connection, if you were to obtain the source of a myriad Tao, wouldn't that be able to increase your world-defying stage fierce power by leaps and bounds? Feng Kuta said, "That's not bad, but how do I find the source of myriad Tao?" Chen Xiang didn't have the heaven-old Super Beast King's ability to sense the source of the myriad Tao. He didn't know where he had to go to find the source of the myriad Tao. Feng Kuta said, "You just need to ask him and he will know. When he wakes up, he will definitely know how to find him, and you helped him out to find the source of the myriad Tao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become strong so quickly." Chen Xiang nodded. He had already decided to ask this heaven-old Super Beast King to help him search for the myriad Tao's origin after he woke up. It was day, and Chen Xiang continued to let the 6 realms mirrors hover high up in the sky. It was because they did not meet anyone at night, so he felt that they could rest assured here. At this moment, Chen Xiang was really looking forward to the descent of night. This way, he would be sure that the green giant worm could only release that green mist at night. Evening had arrived. Chen Xiang looked at the sky and patiently waited. Soon it would be night. He thought that he could wait until night in peace, but he never thought that he would suddenly feel an aura coming from far away. This aura was even sensed by the heaven-devouring rat that he had released to search for him from all directions. Even though it was only an extremely weak aura, but he was able to discern from this aura that this was the aura of a person from the heaven old divine race, and it was extremely strong at that. There are only 2 auras. They should be 2 heaven old divine race cultivators coming here. They are obviously here for us. Chen Xiang could tell from looking at the green giant worm. He was worried that the other party would stop in the SPAC tunnel. If he stopped in the middle of the tunnel, it would usually shoot out a strong spatial energy wave, and if he did not deal with it well, he would be torn into pieces along with the SPAC tunnel. If Chen Xiang had no other choice but to bring this kind of green giant worm with him, he did not want to take any risks. At that time, it would be bad if he harmed the gorilla inside the green giant worm. How the HELL did these guys get here? I was very cautious, but I was still traced. Chen Xiang urged his 6 realms mirrors to fly quickly, wanting to get the help of the 2 heaven old divine race people behind him. Furthermore, they seemed to be able to control Chen Xiang's movements at any time. Even if Chen Xiang was able to shake them off, it was only for a short period of time, and they would always be able to catch up to him very quickly. It was simply impossible to shake him off. We have to get rid of them. Feng Kutter said, "Is there a way?" "Not yet," Chen Xiang said. "If it really isn't possible, then I can only release that guy from the 6 realms mirrors S. That guy should be almost crazy by now. When the time comes, he'll definitely listen to me." Chen Xiang brought his green giant worm with him, so it was inconvenient for him to rush up to fight. He couldn't place his green giant worm inside the Yu Yao Mountain Villa or other storage magic treasure, and it would be too dangerous if he placed them outside by himself. Who's in front? One of the heaven old divine race. People saw that there was a green giant worm above Chen Xiang's 6 realms mirrors, and was extremely shocked. At the same time, he was glad because they still had time, because if the heaven old super beast king inside came out, they would be in big trouble. "I am your ancestor, you unfilial descendants. Why aren't you kneeling down and chasing after your ancestor?" Chen Xiang immediately responded, "Stand still. Don't chase after me anymore." Of course, Chen Xiang's words were just spouting nonsense, even if the other party did not know him. He did not want them to know that he was involved in this matter. "You're courting death." The people of heaven old divine race also had their own ancestors, and now that someone was pretending to be their ancestors, it was equivalent to insulting their own ancestors, causing them to be extremely angry. However, they were still very vigilant, because people who could carry green giant worm S and fly everywhere were definitely not weak. They guessed that this person might be the person who opened the spatial tunnel array disk. C-3151. C-3151, seeing that the other party was still not giving up, Chen Xiang gritted his teeth and released a person from the 6 realms mirrors. This person was also from heaven old divine race, and was precisely the S-H-I plus Song Kong, who was poisoned by the W-A-N Guo scent that he used previously. After S-H-I plus Song Kong came out, she immediately told him that as long as he killed those 2, he would be given a large number of W-A-N Guo scent. Of course, in order to allow S-H-I plus Song Kong to focus on fighting, he gave S-H-I plus Song Kong a sniff of the W-A-N Guo scent, and that was just to let him feel comfortable for a short period of time. Chen Xiang purposely starved for a while because he wanted S-H-I plus Song Kong to experience his power. S-H-I plus Song Kong only needed a short period of time to be tortured to death by the W-A-N Guo poison, and now that he came out, he became very obedient. Even though he was of the same kind, his face was still filled with killing intent, because only by killing these 2 people would he be able to obtain the W-A-N Guo scent that would let him feel comfortable. When Chen Xiang saw the killing intent on S-H-I plus Song Kong's face, his heart skipped a beat because his method already had an effect, and the result was very good. S-H-I plus Song Kong had already started to be of the elementary level, fighting against the 2 heaven old divine race people. Chen Xiang did not run because he wanted to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. S-H-I plus Song Kong, are you crazy? It's us. What the H-E-L-L is going on? Hurry up and tell us. You have violated the clan rules, and will make your life worse than death. The words better than death stung S-H-I plus Song Kong because he was feeling worse than death right now. Chen Xiang's W-A-N Guo scent tormented him until he felt worse than death, causing him to be even more furious. I am already suffering a fate worse than death, yet you still want us to suffer a fate worse than death. The reason for my death is all because of you, B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S. I want to kill you all. I want to destroy the entire heaven old divine race. S-H-I plus Song Kong was currently filled with killing intent. His face was filled with rage. His expression was sinister. His hands continued to wave, releasing B, LLS of mountain-like golden light B, LLS, frantically attacking the two heaven-old divine race people. Qin Xiang watched the battle from afar. He never thought that SHI plus Song Kong would actually be so strong to actually be able to handle the two heaven-old divine race people by himself. Fortunately, I can use the W-A-N Guo scent to control this guy. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how the natural law world would act so recklessly. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. SHI plus Song Kong's current strength was much stronger than before, which Qin Xiang did not know, because Qin Xiang did not know of SHI plus Song Kong's true strength, but the two heaven-old divine race who were fighting with SHI plus Song Kong were able to do it. SHI plus Song Kong's sudden increase in strength by so much made them extremely shocked and jealous. But SHI plus Song Kong had suddenly become so much stronger, which made them feel that it was unbelievable. SHI plus Song Kong, how did you suddenly become so strong, with such a secret technique that increases your strength so quickly? You did not report it to the clan, and now you still dare to go against us. You are truly bold. A heaven-old divine race man said angrily. Only now did he know that SHI plus Song Kong had become much stronger. He immediately thought that this must be related to the large number of W-A-N Guo poison, and the people inside the Forget-Me divine race previously used W-A-N Guo poison to quickly increase his own strength. But now, after SHI plus Song Kong had been used by him in such a large number of W-A-N Guo scent, he had improved so much. W-A-N Guo scent can indeed stimulate more potential, and SHI plus Song Kong himself already has many potential that he has not developed yet. But now, after being used by me in order to alleviate the pain, he has to enjoy that wonderful feeling, so he has to desperately defeat these two people, and then he will be able to unleash his potential. Qin Xiang speculated that the W-A-N Guo scent was indeed a type of extremely miraculous poison that could actually strengthen one's body quickly. Of course, he would not try. SHI plus Song Kong was doing his best to fight right now. All of these heaven-old divine race people could use the extremely powerful world-defying stage fierce power, and it was just that not long after the battle started, it was as though the world was being destroyed. The mountain range that was initially in good condition had been turned upside down, and many huge mountains had been flattened. This won't do. We are simply no match for this madman. He looks like he's gone mad and has already lost his rationality. He is willing to ignore everything for the sake of victory. He doesn't even care about his own life. We can't even beat him. A heaven-old divine race man said. That was why they were unable to defeat SHI plus Song Kong. Under the effects of the W-A-N Guo scent, SHI plus Song Kong had already improved a lot, and now that he had become such a madman, everyone felt afraid. Let's go back to report now and let the clan elders settle this issue. They will definitely be very interested in such a thing, because SHI plus Song Kong's strength has suddenly increased by so much. This is something that we have been pursuing the entire time. Yes, let's go. Seeing that they were about to leave, Qin Xiang obviously could not let them go. He was chased by these two heaven-old divine race cultivators before, so he didn't give them a very strong feeling. Otherwise, they wouldn't have run for their lives. Qin Xiang had always been prepared, waiting for the right opportunity to attack. Now that he saw the two trying to escape, how could he let them go? He immediately threw out the black whip, which flew out and tied the two of them up. The black whips could not bind the people of heaven-old divine race because they would turn into light and escape. However, it was enough to make them pause for a while. Just as they stopped, SHI plus Song Kong also had a chance to attack. Using his fastest speed, he rushed over and struck a heaven-old divine race disciple in the chest with his palm. The palm force formed by the world-defying stage fierce power struck the heaven old divine race disciple like a monstrous wave, sending him flying through the air as he vomited blood. Chen Xiang immediately teleported over and stabbed the heavenly magic sword in the back, killing the heaven old divine race disciple and throwing him into the Tianquang furnace S. After killing the spirit beast, he quickly returned to the 6 realms mirrors. At this time S.H.I. plus Song Kong slammed the other heaven old divine race disciple to the ground and then fiercely punched out, turning the heaven old divine race disciple into a meat patty. Chen Xiang quickly stored the body inside the Tianquang furnace. Because there was a world-defying mad source bead inside the corpse, it was a good thing. Well done, come in. Only after Qin Xiang entered the 6 realms mirrors did he heave a sigh of relief. He was still worried that S.H.I. plus Song Kong would not be controlled, but he didn't expect that it would actually be so bad. After S.H.I. plus Song Kong entered ASPAC inside the 6 realms mirrors, Qin Xiang immediately released a large number of W, A, and Guo sent S, allowing S.H.I. plus Song Kong to absorb them. He had also obtained 2 world-defying mad source bead S, which made Chen Xiang extremely happy, as he had only been invited to deliver them to his doorstep. These guys really know how to court death. Chen Xiang chuckled and looked at the green giant worm above the 6 realms mirrors. At this time, the green fog started to leak out again. He immediately controlled the 6 realms mirrors to hide, and then absorbed the green fog. I have to be careful now. Qin Xiang was sure that the people of Heaven Old Divine Race had a way to find the Heaven Old Super Beast King. C. 3152. C. 3152 Qin Xiang, who was absorbing the green mist, wondered if the primordial G.O.D. King he met before was like this gorilla, becoming like this after devouring the myriad Tao's origin. If he was found by the people from the Heaven Old Divine Race, he would be in great danger. No, I have to go find that guy. Heaven Old Divine Race must have a way to find him. Chen Xiang rummaged through the Tianquang furnace S. Its corpse had already been burnt to ashes, but there were still a lot of things. He quickly found a disc. There were 3 dots of light on it, 1 white and the other 2 green. He noticed that the white and green dots were overlapping. After he left the 6 realms mirrors with the plate, he realized that the white light was moving. The white light spot is me, and the green light spot is Heaven Old Super Beast King. Just now, they overlapped each other because I was with Heaven Old Super Beast King, and the other green light spot should be the one I released. He hasn't moved. Could it be that he has already become a green giant worm? Qin Xiang immediately controlled the 6 realms mirrors and flew in that direction. Right now, he couldn't care about absorbing the green mist coming from the green giant worm. He wanted to save the other Heaven Old Super Beast King immediately. Otherwise, he would be killed by him. Several hours later, Chen Xiang arrived at the surface of a huge lake. Below, this guy really knows how to hide. It's just that he was discovered by the tools refined by the Heaven Old Divine Race. Qin Xiang immediately dived into the lake and quickly saw the huge cock. Oh, and that was releasing the green mist. Fortunately, the Heaven Old Divine Race did not find him first. Just like this, another giant pupa appeared on top of Qin Xiang's 6 realms mirrors, which would release green mist at night. He stayed far away from the lake, suspended in the air, and then absorbed the green mist released by the 2 green giant worm. It feels good to be able to absorb so much in one go. In one night, Chen Xiang increased his world-defying stage fierce power by even more. This guy has really wasted a lot of time. Feng Kute said that lake has been changed by the world-defying stage fierce power that he released, especially the water beasts in the lake. Fortunately, I was able to get here in time and was not found by the Heaven Old Divine Race. Qin Xiang laughed. This guy should be the first one to wake up. It's just that I don't know how long it will take. Oh yeah, you can use the time domain to help them move faster. Feng Kutter said, why didn't you think of that before? This. Because I can't use the power of SPAC with them, I feel that I can't use the power of time either, so I don't have that kind of thought anymore. Now that you put it this way, we can try it when the time comes. Qinxiang patted his head and said, They are currently inside the green giant worm. They must be digesting the myriad Tao's energy. This will take a long time. You can't continue waiting like this. Who knows how many more people heaven, old divine race, will send to chase after them. Feng Kuta said, When the time comes for you to deal with them, it will only become more and more difficult. They have already lost 2 heaven, old divine race people. This kind of thing is enough to garner the greatest attention in the heaven, old divine race. I know. I'll try and see if I can use the power of time to help them increase their speed. This kind of green giant worm actually did not reject the power of time, and previously he was unable to use the power of SPAC on the green giant worm. Let's do it together. Dual time domain. Qinxiang's dual time domain could be used to increase the speed by many times. Outside for 1 day, the time domain would be in for 30 months. Although he wanted to absorb the green mist that contained the world-defying stage fierce power, he did not have the chance to do so right now. The heaven old divine race was on his way, and he had to wake up a heaven old super beast king to save his life. So fast! After sensing the 2 auras, Qinxiang immediately controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly. He did not plan to let SHI plus Song Kong go out and fight because he was worried that SHI plus Song Kong would be injured. The 2 heaven old divine race people looked to be powerful. If there was another wave of them during the battle, even SHI plus Song Kong would not be able to handle them, and he would have lost the general, and SHI plus Song Kong was still rather useful to him now. Qinxiang, who was constantly controlling the 6 realms mirrors to fly at high speeds, also unceasingly released double time domain to speed up the time. This way, he would be able to gain a lot of time while he hid. After a few days, he suddenly saw one of the green giant worms starting to tremble. Are they coming out? Qinxiang immediately retracted the power of time from the green giant worm. When the green giant worm trembled, its surface suddenly cracked open, and a white light shone out from within. With a hua-la sound, an item ran out from inside, as if something had suddenly popped out of water. Qinxiang looked up at the sky and saw a pure white young man wearing a set of green clothes. Thank you, brother. The young lad smiled lightly at Qinxiang, then rushed towards the 2 heaven old divine race men who were chasing after him. It's the heaven old super beast king. He has successfully refined the myriad Tao's origin. Let's go. Heaven old super beast king was still unable to confirm it just now, but after heaven old super beast king arrived, they could then confirm it. However, it was already too late. No need to leave because you won't be able to. The green-clothed man sneered. He waved his sleeves and released a green light. The green light formed a huge net surrounding the 2 heaven old divine race people. When Qinxiang saw that the 2 heaven old divine race cultivators were trapped in the net, they immediately turned into white light. He wanted to use this method to escape, but he did not succeed, which caused Qinxiang to be extremely surprised. What is it? If my black edge was also able to do this, I would be able to deal with the people of heaven old divine race. Qinxiang looked at the green-clothed man, planning to ask him about it later. After the green-clothed man caught the 2 heaven old divine race people, he dragged them over, because a hand was like lightning as he stabbed into the hearts of the 2 people and pulled out the world-defying mad source BS from their hearts. This is for you. With a flash, the green-robed man arrived beside Qinxiang and Pa S, said the 2 world-defying mad source BS that were trembling to him. The world-defying mad source bead was very irritable, but the green-clothed man could easily catch it, which made Qinxiang impressed. You're so strong, Qinxiang exclaimed. Is this how you were originally supposed to look like? Yes, we are humans to begin with. The green-clothed man looked at the other green giant worm and said, Did he tell you a lot of things about us? Not too much, just a general idea. Chun Xiang through the two-world, defying mad source beat S inside. That's good. The green-clothed man nodded his head, then touched the green giant worm and laughed. He is a little weaker than me, but that is not bad too. To be able to meet with his own kind back then is a very happy thing. C. 3153. C. 3153. When Chun Xiang met such a powerful fellow, he could be considered relieved. At least, he wouldn't need to worry about being chased by the heaven-old divine race anymore. Little brother, how should I address you? Last time, Chun Xiang brought him here from natural law world. If not, he would not know when he would be able to find the source of the myriad Tao. Chun Xiang, what about you, big brother? Chun Xiang said, Song Yichen. Oh, right, how did you meet him? Song Yichen patted the green giant worm. He did not expect Chun Xiang to meet another heaven-old super beast king after him. And Amp. Chun Xiang was pleasantly surprised when he told Song Yichen about opening the heaven-old super realm passage. Brother Song, you seem to be very happy. Chun Xiang asked. Amen, because this way I can return to the heaven-old super realm. Song Yichen laughed. That is my homeland. Although it is filled with miasma now, it is still my home. I need to go back and clean it up. Chun Xiang looked at the green giant worm at his side. The gorillas seemed to not want to go back, but Song Yichen wanted to go back. He doesn't seem to want to go back. Is there something very scary in there? Chun Xiang asked. It's not very scary. The reason why we could become Tengu Beastess was because the heaven-old divine race was obstructing us from doing so. We have already been in beast form for many years and are extremely afraid of it, so we do not wish to return to that place. Song Yichen sighed. But by causing us to become like this, we can't let heaven-old divine race go. Before, when he didn't want to go back, he felt that he would be very helpless in the face of all this by himself. If that's the case, then that's great. The one who made the heaven-old super realm so smelly should be the heaven-old divine race. Chun Xiang said, Is the heaven-old divine race very powerful in the heaven-old super realm? Yes, they're the most powerful ones in heaven-old super realm. If they were to turn other races into beasts and not beasts, this world of myriad Tao would probably become like that in the future. When Song Yichen recalled the evil deeds that the heaven-old divine race had done, he became incomparably furious. I can't let them succeed here. Chun Xiang knew from the beginning that the heaven-old divine race was not a good place. Song Yichen nodded. I will help you. Heaven-old divine race and the others very much need myriad Tao divine soil. The reason they used such a method on us in the heaven-old super realm was also to obtain the myriad Tao divine soil. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to open up a path for the Tengu beast to enter this place for them to hunt. I have already been clueless about the matters of the heaven-old super realm for many years, and don't know about the situation in the heaven-old super realm. Chun Xiang thought about it and felt that it was possible. Brother Song, I heard that there are a lot of sources of myriad Tao here. Can you bring me to find one? I feel that if I devour one, I would become even stronger. Said. Previously, he was absorbing the green miasma on the green giant worm surface to cultivate his world-defying stage fierce power. This is not a problem. I've said that I would repay you, so I'll bring you to find him now. This is not a difficult matter. Song Yichen laughed, and then he began to direct the way for Chun Xiang to control the 6 realms mirrors and allow it to fly. During the flight, Chun Xiang asked Song Yichen about matters related to the heaven-old super realm. Is the heaven-old super realm in a world above the myriad Tao? Chun Xiang asked. It can be said that it is, but it can also be said that it is not. The existence of the heaven-old super realm is extremely special. This is because the heaven-old super realm needs to absorb the energy from the myriad Tao world and at the same time absorb the world-defying stage fierce power above the myriad Tao S to maintain it. It is between the two of them. Song Yichen looked forward, then looked at the green giant worm. The myriad Tao's origin ability can make us stronger, and when we become stronger, we will undergo a transformation, allowing us to get rid of this evil power that can turn us into evil beast. The Heaven Old Super Realm and the Myriad Tau world were inextricably linked. Heaven Old Super Realm has always been in a mess. There are many powerful humans or beasts in there. Most of these fellows came from above Myriad Tau. After Chen Xiang heard it, his eyes brightened, and he asked, "You can go to the Heaven Old Super Realm from above the Myriad Tau?" Song Yichen nodded his head. Yes, it isn't very difficult, but going from Heaven Old Super Realm to Myriad Tau is extremely difficult. Chen Xiang felt that when he ascended to Myriad Tau in the future, if he wanted to return, he could use Heaven Old Super Realm to return to Divine Wasteland. Under Song Yichen's guidance, Chen Xiang arrived at the middle of a lake. It's right below us. This Myriad Tau source has already sensed me and is preparing to escape. When the time comes, I'll be able to catch it. Song Yichen looked down and then let out a roar towards the enormous lake. The powerful sound wave penetrated to the bottom of the lake, causing the lake to immediately churn. Not long after, a green blob of light rushed out. It appeared. Chun Xiang shouted in shock. Song Yichen immediately flew out. It was unknown what method he used to actually cause the Myriad Tau's origin, which was currently fleeing, to hover in the air. "Put this thing away!" Song Yichen shouted to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang took out the Tianchuang furnace and stored the Myriad Tau's origin inside. There was still a lot of world-defying mad source speed inside the Tianchuang furnace. At this time, Myriad Tau source had also entered the Tianchuang furnace, and actually did not interfere with the other world, defying mad source speed. This is also good. Qin Xiang was still worried that they would reject each other and destroy the Myriad Tau's spring in the end, but such a thing did not happen. "Thank you, Brother Song," Qin Xiang said while grinning. "Previously, when I absorbed the green mist released by the green giant worm, I could feel that the world-defying stage fierce power was increasing in strength, so I feel that this Myriad Tau source is extremely helpful to me." Song Yichen laughed. "No need to be polite, I will repay you for this. The Myriad Tau's origin is a form of the world-defying stage fierce power. It is much more powerful than world-defying mad source speed." "If that's the case, that's great." Qin Xiang did not plan to absorb the energy now, because he did not know what actions the people of Heaven Old Divine Race would take. The people of Heaven Old Divine Race had lost a lot of people, and they already knew that 2 of the Heaven Old Divine Races people had come to the Divine Wasteland. C-3154. C-3154 Qin Xiang told his concern to Song Yichen, and when Song Yichen heard it, he frowned and thought deeply. Chen Xiang saw that he was thinking seriously, so he did not disturb him and waited by the side. An hour later, Song Yichen said, "Rather than waiting for them to come find me, I might as well come knocking on their door. It's just that I don't know where these fellows are hiding right now." Qin Xiang looked at the green giant worm, then took out a disc and said, "Big Brother Song, using this disc will allow you to find the sleeping Heaven Old Super Beast King. Right now, you have already broken out of the chrysalis, so it is already impossible to investigate. I have a way to go to the Heaven Old Divine Race, but if I bring him there, I will definitely find out. If I don't bring him there, I'm not worried." Only Qin Xiang could sneak into the SPAC of the Heaven Old Divine Race. If he was allowed to, it would be hard for him to enter. After Song Yichen received it and fiddled with it for a while, he smiled slightly and said, "I got it." As he spoke, he released a light purple mist, shrouding the green giant worm above the 6 realms mirrors. After the green giant worm was enveloped by the purple chi mist, the green light dot on the plate disappeared. When Chen Xiang saw it, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "What the hell is going on?" Chun Xiang was extremely curious about this. This thing can sense a trace of the evil beast's aura. Back then, the people of Heaven Old Divine Race used this power on us, so they were very familiar with this power, and they were able to create this thing to sense us. The evil beast's aura is the most special so it's very easy to feel it. Now that I've used another type of energy to conceal this aura, they won't be able to sense it. Once this matter was resolved, Chen Xiang could be at ease and went to where the heaven old divine race was. S-H-I plus Song Kong. Where are the people of heaven old divine race? Chen Xiang asked. Quickly bring me there. After that S-H-I plus Song Kong gave Chen Xiang a location. Chen Xiang already knew that the people of heaven old divine race were inside the myriad Tao forest, that place had already been modified to become extremely beautiful. It was their garden, but they would not live there. They would create their own SPAC and hide inside it. This way they could avoid being discovered, and entering and leaving also became very easy to manage. After arriving at the myriad Tao forest, Chen Xiang said to Song Yichen, "They are right here, so how are we supposed to sneak in quietly?" Chen Xiang was currently carrying a green giant worm with him, so it would not be convenient for him to sneak in. Then we'll wait for him to wake up. When he wakes up, we can also gain a bit more strength. Song Yichen said, "You use that power of time to allow him to buy more time, so we won't have to wait too long." All right. If they allowed another heaven old super beast king to awaken, then when they entered the heaven old divine race's territory, even if they faced an expert, it wouldn't be too strenuous. At this time, Chen Xiang concentrated and used the power of SPAC on this green giant worm, allowing it to break open even faster. What's going on? Could it be that both Heaven Old Super Beast King S merged with the myriad Tao source? That's impossible. They just came out not too long ago, so it would at least take 1 to 2 years for them to fuse with the myriad Tao source. An old man from Heaven Old Divine Race said. The other old men had serious expressions on their faces. They were all extremely afraid of Heaven Old Super Beast King, who had merged with their myriad Tao's origin, because they knew very clearly how they treated this clan back then. If they had become strong without even thinking, they would have known that they would definitely go all out to take revenge on them. It would have been fine if they weren't strong, but they knew that if these Heaven Old Super Beast King fused with the source of the myriad Tao, they would be even more terrifying than they were in the past. We were too careless. We shouldn't have made that array disc in the first place. Otherwise, these Heaven Old Super Beast King wouldn't have come to the myriad Tao and wouldn't have found the source of the myriad Tao. Then what do we do now? If they were to really fuse with the myriad Tao's origin, it would definitely be very troublesome for us. We haven't gotten too many myriad Tao divine soil as yet. Are we really going to fail like this? We are the most important people to this plan. Because the Heaven Old Super Beast King had fused with the myriad Tao's origin, the upper echelons of the Heaven Old Divine Race were anxious. Their limited strength was only strong in the myriad Tao world. If they were to go above the myriad Tao, their current strength was not even worth mentioning. And Heaven Old Super Beast King, who had fused with the myriad Tao's origin, had a strength equivalent to an expert above the myriad Tao. Do you want us to withdraw? A person said, "This won't do. We were sent here to execute such an important plan, and not only have we not succeeded, we have also allowed 2 Heaven Old Super Beast King-s to successfully integrate with the myriad Tao spring. If we return, we will definitely be punished if we do." Right. I must think of a way to solve this problem. Don't worry, they won't be able to absorb the myriad Tao's spring that quickly. I feel that someone is secretly helping these Heaven Old Super Beast King-s. This was originally all part of our plan, but with so many variables, it's clear that someone is secretly opposing us. We must find this person. They all had the same feeling. Previously, when a few of their clansmen died in the natural law world, they felt that this was a little strange, and later on, a large number of Chingu Beast-s appeared in the world, defying stage clans-s. Pacey. Clearly, someone obtained the formation plate they refined, opening up a spatial pa-s, sageway for the Chingu Beast in the Heaven Old Super Realm to come out, and also released a Heaven Old Super Beast King at that time. They were currently discussing about this matter, and did not know that Chen Xiang was the one who had secretly helped the Heaven Old Super Beast King. Ah, Song Yichen saw the green giant worm splitting open and release a white light. He could not help but shout excitedly, "It's out!" A ball of white light flew out, and following it, a seemingly simple and honest, middle-aged man landed on top of the 6 realms mirrors. "Thank you for your help." The simple and honest big guy immediately thanked Qinxiang. "Gorilla, no need to be polite." Qinxiang laughed. "What may I call you, big brother?" "My name is Qinxiang." "Zheng Profound." Song Yichen smiled slightly. "I am Song Yichen." Song Yichen and Zheng Profound were originally humans, but they were different from ordinary humans. They were of a special race, like the people of heaven, old divine race. See 3155. See 3155. Zheng Profound and Song Yichen conversed with each other for a while. Zheng Profound agreed to head to the heaven old divine race's dimension now. These heaven old divine race people were just sent here to carry out their evil and malicious plans. My guess is that, on one hand, they wanted to collect the myriad Tao divine soil less, and, on the other hand, they wanted to turn the humans of this place into their slaves. Taking in myriad Tao divine soil was equivalent to killing Tingu Beast, and then extracting them from the bodies of Tingu Beast. This was a very lowly job, and that was why a group of people with strength under the myriad Tao would come and do it. Those array discs were obviously made by the strongest people in the heaven old divine race, who were mainly distributed over heaven old super realm and the others. Qinxiang closed his eyes as he tried to sense the surrounding SPAC. He spent an entire half a day before he could sense a trace of spatial undulation. Someone's coming out. It was also because Qinxiang was exiting the heaven old divine race's secret realm that he had sensed the location of that secret realm. Error-free novel Qinxiang and the rest had all hidden themselves, and sure enough, they saw several people suddenly appear in the sky and fly towards a particular direction. They are all very powerful, different from the other fish that came to catch us. Song Yichen said, "Could it be that they are going to investigate some things? They actually sent out such a powerful fellow." After Qinxiang memorized the appearances of those few people, he showed them to S.H.I. plus Song Kong, who was inside the 6 realms mirrors. Upon seeing them, S.H.I. plus Song Kong immediately revealed their ident. 1. Ties to Qinxiang. 2 of them are the strongest ones in this secret plane. If he leaves now, there will only be 2 left to guard this secret plane. This is a pretty good opportunity. Qinxiang laughed. "Okay, after you go in, immediately open the Tingu Beast's paw Sage, and let the Tingu Beast come out. At that time, we will be able to control these Tingu Beast and use them against the small fishes inside." Song Yichen said, "Zheng Profound, after you enter, don't make a move. Let me fight with the 2 rankers inside first. You just watch from the side and look at their strength. If I can deal with them, you can go and clean up some of the stronger ones." Song Yichen began to draw up their battle plans. He did not allow Qinxiang to fight because Qinxiang's strength was not very strong. "No problem, I'll listen to you." Zheng Profound was weaker than him, and Zheng Profound did not have that type of leaders. H.I. plus P personality. Song Yichen was not bad in this aspect. Maybe he was a leader in the past. "Then we're going in now." Qinxiang was already impatient. After entering, he would be able to cause chaos in the heaven old divine race secret realm. If everything goes well, after we finish dealing with the heaven old divine race, we will immediately head to the heaven old super realm. We have important things to do inside. Song Yichen said, "Qinxiang, when the time comes, you can come with us. We can help you get a lot of myriad Tao divine soil for you." All right. Qinxiang desperately needed myriad Tao divine soil, as this was a treasure used to refine artifacts. His heavenly magic sword was very sharp because he had used a large amount of myriad Tao divine soil to refine it. It was not hard to open up a path to the ancient mystic realm, but the hard thing was to enter and not be discovered. Chen Xiang felt that he wouldn't be able to do it, and Song Yichen didn't need him to. He only needed to bring them in. Chen Xiang took a deep breath, then used the power of the 6 realms mirrors and Feng Ku'er to open a dimensional door. Then he entered with Song Yichen and Zhang Profound. After entering, they came to a large plaza in a palace, and at that moment there were many people there. All of them were from heaven, old divine race, and they were all powerful experts, but all of them belonged to the world-defying stage. If this force was placed in the divine wasteland, it would definitely be considered the strongest there. Now, Chen Xiang understood why the heaven old orcs had been forced to retreat. It was because the heaven old divine race wanted to be even more powerful. Because someone had intruded in, they were discovered, and at the same time, bell sounds came out from everywhere. Many heaven old divine race people surrounded Chen Xiang and the other 2. I don't think we expected that. Chen Xiang looked at the fierce faces of the heaven old divine race people and said, "Don't worry. Zhang Profound will protect you when the time comes." Song Yichen looked at the 2 elders who flew over. They were dressed in gold and white robes, which released a piercing light aura, and a burst of might surged out, looking extremely powerful, causing people to feel a sense of pressure on them. There are only these 2 old fellows that I should be able to deal with. Song Yichen said, "Zhang Profound, protect Chen Xiang well and let him complete his task. These 2 guys aren't very strong. I should be able to handle them." "All right." After Zhang Profound finished speaking, a very long black rod suddenly appeared in his hand, and Song Yichen's body started to SHI+NE with a white light, like a white comet. He flew into the air towards the 2 elderly men. Zhang Profound waved the rod in his hand, striking towards all the heaven old divine race people who were about to rush over. Chen Xiang had already teleported to the side to hide. Then he took out the array disc to open the Pa-S Sage to Heaven Old Super Realm. After the Pa-S Sage was opened, the aura of the Heaven Old Super Realm suddenly appeared. All the people of Heaven Old Divine Race were very shocked. They were very familiar with this aura, especially the violent aura of the Tengu Beast, which made their scalps tingle. "Who are you people?" An old man shouted angrily at Song Yichen. He felt that it was extremely strenuous because when the 2 of them worked together, they were actually suppressed by Song Yichen. "Vengeance!" Song Yichen said indifferently. His hand slapped over, condensing a gigantic palm print. The palm print was as big as a city, flickering with white light, enveloping the 2 elders. With a loud boom, the huge palm landed on the ground, causing the entire heaven old divine race secret realm to shake violently. All of the buildings were destroyed, and the 2 elders became battered and exhausted. Song Yichen was extremely satisfied with his current strength. He looked at the 2 escaping elders, clasped his hands together, and shook his body, then opened up his palms. 2 green lumps of light appeared in his palms, and he threw them out. After the BALL of light flew out, they instantly became extremely huge, like 2 blazing green suns, turning the entire secret plane green. What was even more terrifying was the 2 green BALL of light exploding with a domineering might, which made people even more terrified. Bang! 2 huge BALL of green light enveloped the 2 elders, tearing their powerful bodies apart. They were actually killed just like that. At this time, the wide-open heaven old super realm Pa-S Sage also released waves of black wind. A large group of Tengu Beast S rushed out from within and descended onto the ancient D-Clan's secret realm like a violent storm. When they saw the situation in the secret realm, they couldn't help but become furious. They immediately thought that only the heaven old super beast king who had fused with the myriad Tao's origin could have such strength. C. 3156. C. 3156 Chen Xiang and Zhang Profound did not attack, they just hid the side and watched. Even if the 3 rankers came back, Zhang Profound did not have any intention of attacking them, because Song Yichen had told him before that he would only attack when he was about to lose. Song Yichen's power was extremely terrifying, definitely Serpa. Sing the peak of the Myriad Tao. This power could only be found on top of Myriad Tao. Although the three rankers from Heaven Old Divine Race were furious at Song Yichen, they did not attack immediately. They were not stupid and knew the strength of the person in front of them. They had 3 people on their side, but it was not certain that they would be able to defeat their opponent. Song Yichen's current, imposing manner made the 3 of them feel extremely stifled. We do not have any enmity with you. Why would we want to kill you all? An old man said angrily, without enmity. Pa, our race has been exterminated by you, and you even said that there are no grievances and no grievances. You yourself know this very well. Don't pretend to be stupid in front of me. Song Yichen saw that the other party was actually using such an excuse, which made him extremely angry. This matter. They were afraid of death and had already lost the will to fight with Song Yichen, because they knew the strength of the person in front of them. Even if the 3 of them could defeat the opponent together, if they could not die, they would at least be heavily injured and might even be crippled. For selfish people like them, they would never take such a risk. All right, Song Yichen sneered. We truly do not know about the matter between our Heaven Old Divine Race and your clan. If we do wrong, we apologize to you here. The old man from the Heaven Old Divine Race said, As for the crimes that you have committed here, we will not pursue them. If you still want to continue to make trouble here, don't blame us for being impolite. You are definitely not our match. Song Yichen was furious. How could he not see through the other party's intentions? This kind of childish trick couldn't fool him. There were already a large number of Tengu beasts in the secret realm, and these Tengu beasts were chasing and killing the fleeing Heaven Old Divine Race people. If this continued, all of the Heaven Old Divine Race people in the secret realm would be killed. The 3 elders of the Heaven Old Divine Race were extremely anxious. They could not wait any longer. But they did not dare face Song Yichen and could only bluff, wanting to scare him away. What is it? Do you think you are our match? The old man sneered. You are not worthy to be my opponents. You are nothing but wild dogs in my eyes. Song Yichen suddenly roared out. He did not know when he released a large amount of world-defying stage fierce power in the air, forming a huge golden palm. As his angry roar came to a stop, a huge golden palm pressed down from the sky, shaking the entire dimensional S.P. A.C. of the secret realm. Some of the dimensional S.P.A.C.S. had already ruptured, and many people and Tengu beasts had fallen into the spatial rifts. The might of that palm was extremely terrifying. As it pressed down, it made the 3 old men unable to move. When the palm enveloped them, they had no way of escaping. They could only powerlessly defend themselves. The moment the palm landed, Qinxiang heard any sound. It was mainly because the palm was too powerful. The sound wave was immediately dissipated by the force, and only a continuous, intense vibration was transmitted over. He's here! Zhang profound shouted and then released the world-defying stage fierce power to form a protective S.H.I. plus ELD around them. Following that, a cloud of smoke and dust swept over, which was the result of Song Yichen's palm strike. Brother Song is really amazing. Chun Xiang sighed in admiration, only to see the 3 Heaven Old Divine Race rankers' bodies cracking and floating in the air. Their faces were no longer recognizable, and their bodies were filled with shocking wounds. The surrounding Heaven Old Divine Race people and Tengu Beast were also killed by the shock wave. Song Yichen had exhausted all of his strength when he attacked. The power of that palm strike had already destroyed the foundation of this primordial secret realm. At that time, the entire primordial D-clan secret realm would be violently shaking and crumbling, and would soon be annihilated. You 3B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S to be able to die in my hands can be considered a blessing of several lifetimes. After Song Yichen finished speaking, He immediately brought the world-defying mad source bead of the three elders out to Chenxiang, and then destroyed the three corpses. It's almost over here. Chenxiang, hurry up and open a path so we can enter the heaven-old super realm. Song Yichen anxiously said, All right. Chenxiang took out another ray disc. At this time, Song Yichen had already said the two world-defying mad source bead to Chenxiang. After Chenxiang used an array disc to open the Sage, Song Yichen and Zheng Profound joined hands to prevent the Tengu beast inside from running out, and then led Chenxiang into the black Sage. It's just that right after entering, Chenxiang felt a strong suction force that was absorbing them into the heaven-old super realm. They started to spin in the Sage and only stopped after a while. Coming out from the pitch-black tunnel, Chenxiang's eyes were suddenly stung by the light. He squinted at the sky and noticed that there were 3 scorching suns. Is this heaven-old super realm? Chenxiang felt that there was no difference between here and the divine wasteland. It was just that there were 2 more suns. Of course, the sun here looked a lot bigger than the one in the divine wasteland. Yes. Song Yichen frowned as he looked into the sky and said, Initially, there were 7 suns here, 4 of them were purple-red in color, and the released evil beast energy has changed us, causing our entire clan to fall into a crisis. The suns were all caused by the heaven-old divine race. Only those with great strength, like us, can protect our souls from being penetrated by the evil energy. Zhang, Profound, said, Thanks to our combined efforts, we managed to recover from the 4 suns after they were extinguished. Was there originally 3 suns here? Chenxiang asked. Yes, that's normal. Song Yichen looked around at the desolate mountains and said, A large area of heaven-old super realm has been destroyed by the heaven-old divine race, and only the areas therein have a chance of survival. There are 3 great races here, each of the 3 suns conveying power to the 3 races, and after our clan was exterminated, the heaven-old divine race occupied our sun. They obtained the power of one sun, which is much stronger than the other clan. Zheng Profound said, Chenxiang looked at these suns and said in shock, Are these 3 suns that powerful? I can release energy, but why can't I sense it? We need a super young divine altar, and our super young divine altar has already been Titty. Head away, it should be in his territory. Song Yichen said, I just don't know how the other clan is doing. From the looks of it, they should not have been exterminated. It's very possible that they have already pledged their allegiance to heaven-old divine race. You 3 races should all be very powerful, right? One of them has been destroyed, while the other is definitely in for trouble. Chenxiang said, If that race is still well, then there is only one possibility, and that is that they were also involved in this matter back then, and that is in the dark. After you all have been exterminated, they will secretly share in the benefits. See 3157. See 3157 after Song Yichen and Zheng Profound heard what Chenxiang said. They also felt that there was a possibility. Even though they had been turned into Tengu beastess by power, they had stayed here for a few years and knew of the rest. I wonder if the heaven-old divine race here knows anything about the divine wasteland. Chenxiang said, The heaven-old divine races that are heading to the divine wasteland have basically been annihilated. This should be considered a very big matter. Even if they know, they can't do anything. This time they are able to send all of the people that they sent to the divine wasteland. So they won't be able to send that many people to the divine wasteland in a short time. Song Yichen said, This is just a plan of theirs. To them, the people sent to the divine wasteland are all weak, and they have no future. Chenxiang nodded. If that's the case, then we don't need to worry about them going to the divine wasteland to cause trouble anymore. Although the heaven-old super realm had 3 suns, Chenxiang felt that the environment here was not bad. He tried the spatial force and discovered that he could also use it. Where are we going now? Zheng Profound asked. His understanding of the place was not as deep as Song Yichen. After all, it had been so many years and the world had turned upside down. Let's go to the ancient divine continent first. That is the territory of the heaven old divine race. We shouldn't be recognized as such, right? Song Yichen said, go there and ask around. Before, I was like a Tengu beast and could not enter the human region. All I knew was that I was eavesdropping on Pa-S, Sursby. The ancient divine continent is right in the middle of that sun. It's very easy to get there. Song Yichen pointed to the one between the three suns and said to Qinxiang, at that time when we enter the place where there are a lot of people in the ancient divine continent, you don't need to be with us anymore. We might be easily discovered. After all, we have all been invaded by that evil energy before, and there might be some lingering aura left behind. By doing this, Song Yichen did not want to implicate Qinxiang. In the ancient divine land, their strength could be considered to be relatively weak. All right, Qinxiang said, when the time comes, I will maintain a distance from you guys. I am unfamiliar with this place. It would be better to follow you. When that time comes, I only need to follow you from afar. Qinxiang did not want to wander around here alone. The heaven old super realm was a strange world. There were many strong warriors there. Let's do it like this. We will set off now. Song Yichen laughed, then began to run frantically towards the ancient divine continent. Originally, Qinxiang had planned to use the spatial energy to teleport, but Song Yichen had told him that there were many people in the heavenly ancient divine region who knew how to use the spatial energy. Thus, they could only run across the ground. Shouldn't there be a lot of Tengu beast here? How come I didn't notice anything? When Qinxiang came in, he was extremely suspicious of this matter. Previously, when he had opened the spatial tunnel, a large number of Tengu beast had flown out. That tunnel leads to an area with a large number of Tengu beast. If we enter through the tunnel, we won't be able to reach that place. Song Yichen said, this should be set up by the heaven old divine race. This way, when they return, they won't have to go to that place. Could it be that that area has been sealed? Qinxiang thought that it was very possible. Yes, it's sealed. Our race is very strong. Even though they have already turned into Tengu beast, their strength is still very terrifying. If they do not seal us in, their two tribes might not be able to live so well. Song Yichen said, of course, there are also a small number of Tengu beast that manage to escape by accident. That seal only forbids us from going out, but it does not allow outsiders to go in. That's why there are often people who aren't afraid of death who go in to hunt beasts. What we know is all through these bystanders. Zhang, profound, said, and these people that went in to hunt beasts were all for the myriad Tao divine soil. Is the myriad Tao divine soil inside there too? Qinxiang was more concerned about this matter. His main purpose for coming here was for the myriad Tao divine soil. Yes, it's in the sealed area. Back then, when the heaven old divine race went in, they only took away one super young divine altar, but the rest of the myriad Tao divine soilless were unable to take them away. Even now, they do not dare to enter that region's depths. Song Yichen said, only we would dare to go in. Song Yichen and the others were extremely united inside, and it was true that there was no danger when they entered, but they could not go in yet, because once they went in, it would be very difficult to exit. They had some important things to do outside, and that was to investigate the situation with the heaven old divine race and another clan, and then think of a way to break the seal. Do you have any plans for revenge? Qinxiang asked. Song Yichen and the others hated heaven old divine race to death. They would definitely take their revenge. We are here searching for the myriad Tao's origin. Song Yichen said, there is also the myriad Tao's origin here, but it is better hidden. It is not easy to sense it. Find the origin of a large number of myriad Tao, then think of a way to break that seal and let the Tengu beast come out. It's not easy. Song Yichen sighed. He did not know when he would succeed. On the other hand, Qinxiang felt that it was not that difficult. He could hand the matter of breaking the seal to Feng Kuer and the myriad Tao source energy, was even easier. This was mainly a matter of time. I don't think there's too much of a problem with sealing. I have a friend who is extremely familiar with sealing formations, so I can ask her to help you. As for the myriad Tao origin, I'm not sure if it'll work. Chunxiang said, Heaven Old Super Realm was a very good world if Song Yichen and the others could control this world. Then in the future, it would become a way for him to retreat and would not be restricted by the myriad Tao world. In the myriad Tao world, the laws of the myriad Tao were quite annoying, especially in order to stabilize the order of the world. No matter how strong he was still too weak in the face of the myriad Tao. Do you have any ideas? Seeing that Chen Xiang was serious, Song Yichen anxiously asked. He believed in Chen Xiang's strength. After all, it was only because of Chen Xiang's help that he and Zheng Profound were able to escape. The myriad Tao's words. I can use the method of concocting pills to make more pills, but this is just my assumption. I have never tried to concoct pills before, so I'm not sure if I can succeed. Chen Xiang said, In short, I am able to successfully refine the myriad Tao divine soil. I only got a few myriad Tao divine soil less previously, but with my alchemy skills, I can make a lot of them. C3158. C3158 Chen Xiang took out the heavenly magic sword. The heavenly magic sword was refined using the myriad Tao divine soil. Because even if it was someone from the heaven old divine race, it would not be easy for them to obtain so many myriad Tao divine soil-less. Yet Chen Xiang had so many, so they all believed that what Chen Xiang said was true. There are many alchemy experts in heaven old divine race. You must not let them know about this. Otherwise they will go all out to capture you. Song Yichen said, Heaven old divine race is an extremely evil bunch to begin with. Even though our race has a large number of myriad Tao divine soil-less, we do not use this advantage to strengthen ourselves. However, the heaven old divine race was always worried that they would be annihilated by us, and they were very jealous as well. Jealous that we had a large number of myriad Tao divine soil, they wanted to kill us. Song Yichen said, The main reason is because we were too naive. We really thought that the three races could coexist harmoniously. From a simple and honest guy like Zheng Profound, it should be possible for their race to have many such honest fellows. Does your tribe have a name? Chen Xiang asked. Darke. This is what the other two races call us. Song Yichen said, This is mainly because there are a large number of myriad Tao divine soil in the area we are in. Although we do not use these myriad Tao divine soil as much, we can absorb energy from them to cultivate. The myriad Tao divine soil is like a mother to us. We were raised by the myriad Tao divine soil. We're not allowed to be taken away by outsiders. The myriad Tao divine soil is also treated as our sacred object. I wonder how the heaven old divine race found out about that method, turning us into Tengu beast. And then, after many years of absorbing the power of the myriad Tao divine soil, all of us will grow into fur. All they have to do is capture us, seize the fur, and refine it, and they will refine us into the myriad Tao divine soil. Even above myriad Tao divine soil was still a treasure. However, this group of natives had a lot of them, so they didn't need to refine them into weapons or anything like that. What about the other race? Chen Xiang asked. Beastmen. Song Yichen replied, Heaven old orcs. Chen Xiang shouted in shock. He had previously known that the heaven old divine race and the heaven old divine race were born together, and that Chen Kai was born from the fusion of these two races. Yes, you know. Then Zheng Profound, he thought that this was what Zheng Profound had told him. Because there is a heaven old orcs in the divine wasteland. Chen Xiang said, I was originally chased by the beast man sovereign inside. What is heaven old orcs' purpose in going to divine wasteland? Song Yichen started to ponder. They said that they wanted to rule over the entire divine wasteland. But after the people from heaven old divine race came, they became more obedient. Chun Xiang said, It shouldn't only be this goal. It's very likely that they are thinking of ways to obtain the myriad Tao divine soil, just like the people of heaven old divine race. Song Yichen said, "The matters of the wilderness have not been resolved yet. The heaven old divine race people had already been exterminated, but the low-key heaven old orcs almost made them forget about him. It had to be said that their methods were pretty good. Even Chen Xiang had almost forgotten about the existence of the heaven old orcs. I have to go back quickly." Chun Xiang said, "Don't worry for now. As long as we can break the seal, we can lead a large number of Tengu beasts to war on all four sides. At that time, their plans in the divine wasteland will also be doomed." Song Yichen said, "We're almost there." In front of him was the ancient divine province. An oasis appeared there, and a wave of dense life force salted his nostrils. It was very different from that deathly silent wasteland. They had finally set foot on the land of the ancient divine lands. "Go to the nearby cities first," Song Yichen said. "There are not only people from the heaven old divine race here, there are also people who have retired from the myriad Tao. There are also some heaven old orcs." Zhang Profound added, "The heaven old orcs and the heaven old orcs don't get along well. Did they actually join hands to deal with you too?" Chun Xiang asked. This was what Qin Kai had told him. "I don't know. The heaven old orcs and the heaven old divine race have indeed been at loggerheads all along, especially the heaven old divine race. If someone from their side is with the heaven old orcs, they will capture him and sentence him to death." Song Yichen said, "It's very cruel. Of course, a long time ago the heaven old divine race did not allow them to marry us natives. However, to be able to be together with humans is quite strange." Zhang Profound said, "Chun Xiang never thought that there were actually many ordinary humans like him in the heaven old super realm." At this moment, they were already outside of a city, and the few people they met were humans. When they entered the city, Song Yichen kept them at a distance. In order to be able to contact them at any time, Chen Xiang had given them a piece of communication jade symbol paper and told them how to use it. Song Yichen and Zhang Profound were the first to enter the city. This city was extremely new and should be a city that was just built. After Qin Xiang entered, he found out that this city was merged together with a few other old cities, so it was very lively right after the construction. The pills are all in the heaven old divine race's hands. Without the heaven old divine race's permission, you can't refine pills. How overbearing. After Qin Xiang asked around, only then did he find out about the pills. If they found medicinal herbs in the wilderness, they could only be sold to shops in heaven old divine race. If they found out about it in private, they would be executed. In this place, the pill business could only be done by the heaven old divine race. The pills were sold very expensive, using a type of item called wild source stone to trade. It was not easy to find wild source stone, and it was also easy to find the people of heaven old super realm, which is why there were a lot of wild source stone. Wild source stone can be used to grow medicinal herbs. The arrogant medicine of the times are all grown using wild source stone. So things like the arrogant pill should be able to increase world-defying stage fierce power. Chun Xiang asked around. There were only the primordial violent pellets. There were no other tier pellets, and even the cheapest one would cost 10,000 wild source stone. Qin Xiang didn't have any wild source stone now, so he didn't know what to do. He could only continue to scout and figure out ways to get his hands on the wild source stone. As long as I can get one, I can try using the derivation method. Chun Xiang chuckled in his heart. If it's successful, then I won't have to work so hard to find the wild source stone. Chun Xiang took out the communication jade symbol paper and sent a message to Song Yichen. "Brother Song, do you know how to get the wild source stone?" "We don't have such a thing now, but you can wait for a few days. I can go and rob some for you. There are so many heaven old divine race here. You can rob whatever you want from them without feeling guilty." Song Yichen replied, "C 3159. C 3159 Qin Xiang looked around. There were indeed many people from heaven old divine race, and all of them looked to be very rich. All right, I'll see if I have a good goal. Chen Xiang did not need a lot of wild source stone. He just wanted to try and see if he could refine it using the derivation method. He walked along the main street looking for a convenient target. He wandered around for a long time, but he could not find anyone suitable. The main reason was that this city was too bustling with activity. My current strength is only at the peak of world-defying stage, and there are some people who have Serpa. Said the world-defying stage here. If Chen Xiang was making a ruckus here, all the heaven old divine race people inside the city would definitely rush over immediately. With Chen Xiang's current strength, he was still not their match. Above world-defying stage is the world-defying crazy realm. You should also be close to reaching this realm soon. As for alchemists like you, there are no bottlenecks at all. As long as you can calm your heart and refine pills, you will be able to break through sooner or later. Feng Cooter said he had obtained a few world-defying mad source bead, but these world-defying mad source bead were difficult for him to absorb, and the world-defying stage fierce power was very difficult to refine, so he did not know the reason. He could actually use those world-defying mad source bead to strengthen the natural law world spatial wall, but he could only use them in these aspects because he was unable to devour them. If you need wild source stone S, you can sell them. I think you just need to sell one. Feng Kur laughed. This can be exchanged for quite a few wild source stone, but you can give it a try whether or not it can be derived from your pill refining technique. All right. Chen Xiang immediately asked around for information regarding the world-defying mad source bead in high spirits. He quickly found out about it. There was someone here who bought the world-defying mad source bead. The world-defying mad source beads were mainly from the dead humans or beasts, but the price of recovery was extremely low. Chen Xiang had thought that this kind of world-defying mad source bead was very precious. And there's only one wild source stone in 5,000. Aren't world-defying mad source bead too cheap? This was the price that Chen Xiang had heard of. It's indeed too cheap. Feng Kur never thought that the world-defying mad source bead would contain such a dense amount of world-defying stage fierce power. Although it couldn't be used for his own cultivation, it could still be used to set up a formation. However, thinking about it, it's understandable. Generally, these world-defying mad source bead are relatively weak. Within the heaven old super realm, there should be a lot of world-defying mad source bead like me. Chen Xiang took out a world-defying mad source bead, shook his head and sighed, "Just sell one." There were a lot of heaven old divine race people here. As long as he killed them, he would be able to obtain them. Chen Xiang took out a world-defying mad source bead and entered a store that specialized in selling divine tools. These world-defying mad source beads were also used to refine and set up arrays. He had obtained 5,000 wild source stone, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that the wild source stone contained a world-defying stage fierce power. This was exactly as he had guessed. The wild source stone was born from the nourishment of the rich world-defying stage fierce power. It should not be difficult to refine. Chen Xiang released a bit of the world-defying fire to try it out and discovered that it could easily melt and that the world-defying stage fierce power inside would spill out too. This kind of world-defying stage fierce power was extremely easy to control, and it could also be absorbed into the body, which was different from the world-defying mad source beads. A series of explosions suddenly erupted in the distance, causing everyone to panic. They looked towards the direction where the tremors came from, only to see a large cloud of fire sweeping over from the sky above. A scorching heat wave swept through the city as the fiery clouds swept past. Everyone in the city was instantly enveloped by the scorching heat waves. Some people were already shouting out loud from the heat. Boom! 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 The center of the city shook continuously as the earth shook. Waves of air roared as they rushed over. What an intense battle! This kind of thing rarely happens. An old man said, "Who has the guts to fight in this city?" "Look, it's an ancient divine weapon." Chen Xiang looked up to the sky and saw a bunch of people with cannons chasing after two people. Could it be them? Chen Xiang could not help but be shocked. He felt that it was very likely to be Zhang Profound and Song Yichen. Zhang Profound and Song Yichen were both foreign races. It was not strange for them to be discovered. Not long after, peace was restored to the city as well. There was news that the center of the city had suffered quite a bit of damage. Now that Chen Xiang had the wild source stone, he could stay at the inn. He went to the inn and asked for a quiet room. One of his communication jade symbol paper suddenly vibrated, and he hurriedly took it out. "Chen Xiang, we have already left the city. Zhang Profound and I were accidentally discovered by the heaven-old divine race and fought against them. Now that we have successfully escaped the pursuit of the ancient divine weapon, you can rest assured." Song Yichen's voice sounded. "You are a human, so you don't have to worry about them. If you stay here, you might be able to find a way for him to step into the world-defying crazy realm." Chen Xiang did not feel that it was unexpected that Zhang Profound and Song Yichen would encounter such a thing. He had guessed it beforehand. "Ah, I will stay here for a while longer. I will come back later to find you." Chen Xiang said he had a strong interest in the pills here. He wanted to see what kind of benefits the pills had. He took out the Tianchuang furnace and placed a piece of it inside. A wild source stone was only the size of a rice. He was prepared to try and see if he could refine it. The wild source stone was being burned by the world-defying G. Fire and became mist not long after it was burned. Then Chen Xiang condensed it into a very small ball and used the derivation method to refine it. After forming the 9B ALLS, Chen Xiang then used the crash method to upgrade another layer of quality. After the crash method, Chen Xiang then combined all the broken pieces of the stone and formed a larger wild source stone. This wild source stone is not small. Chen Xiang was very satisfied. Now we need to use the method of equally dividing the big wild source stone into small particles. After Chen Xiang used it, the large wild source stone quickly turned into 30 pellets. Even he himself was surprised that one wild source stone could be refined into 30 pellets. When he was guessing previously, he felt that being able to refine 5 was already quite good. Success, the quality is the same. Using this wild source stone to compare it with the others that had not been refined, Chen Xiang discovered that there was not much difference. All right, next, I'll start a large amount of refining. It would take a lot of time to refine a large amount, but this was not a problem for Chen Xiang because he could use the power of time to buy more time. C3160. C3160 pure. Text online. Read. Local domain name mobile phone synchronous. Read. Please visit Chen Xiang. Had only used an hour to refine that pellet earlier. That small pellet of wild source stone simply did not have that much energy at all. He estimated that he would be able to refine 1,000 pellets per day. Very quickly, Chen Xiang had finished refining 1,000 pills. It took 20 hours, and then he needed to rest for a bit before he could continue with the refinement. In a month's time, he had refined 30,000 pellets, and only then did he remove the time domain. This way, he would be able to obtain 30,000 pellets of wild source stone in a single day. How relaxed! Chen Xiang laughed as he brought the wild source stone into a shop. Although the pills here were controlled by the heaven-old divine race, there were still quite a few people who bought them. As they were a bit more expensive, there were still quite a few uses for them, and the people who bought the pills were not idiots. Right now, he was planning to buy a mad arrogant core that was worth 30,000 wild source stone. "Brother, what pills do you need?" When a young man saw Chen Xiang coming in, he quickly welcomed him with a smile and asked, "I need to buy the materials to strengthen the world-defying mad source bead." Chen Xiang said, "Everyone here cultivates a world-defying mad source bead. absorbing the world-defying stage fierce power would strengthen their own body and would have a higher chance of breaking through the world-defying stage and entering the world-defying crazy realm. It's best if it's cheaper. Chunxiang added, "No problem. Take a look and see if this strong strength Dan is suitable for you to use." This youth could judge the size of Chunxiang's world-defying mad source bead from the world-defying stage fierce power's aura that was emitted from Chunxiang's body. "How much?" Chunxiang asked. 35,000. The young man chuckled. "This is the lowest price. If it was anyone else, I would have charged him 38,000. Can you make it cheaper?" Chunxiang asked. "If it's 30,000, I want it." Chunxiang immediately cut off 5,000, which was a very fierce cut. The youth shook his head. "If I sell it at this price, I will definitely be cursed to death by 3 people. Chunxiang laughed. "Then tell me the lowest price." 34,000. I can't lose any less. 33,000. Chunxiang said, "If it's not possible, then forget it. I'll go look somewhere else." Chunxiang turned to leave, but the young man anxiously shouted, all right, let's go with 30,000. They were responsible for selling the pills here. If they sold just 1 pill, they would also be able to obtain a certain reward. After Chunxiang bought a strong strength Dan, he quickly returned to the tavern. This pill had almost used up all the wild source stone in his hands. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately ate it, eager to experience the effects of the pill. The primordial pill was something new to him, and he had never heard of it before. The moment the pellet entered his abdomen, it immediately exploded, and a large amount of world-defying stage fierce power surged out. These world-defying stage fierce power were all extremely pure, and he did not know how it was refined, but it was much better than directly absorbing wild source stone S. What a good thing! Even if I were to directly use 50,000 wild source stone S, it would not be as effective as this pill. Chunxiang quickly refined the pill. Although he did not see any obvious increase in strength in the world-defying mad source bead, but the effects of the pellet were still not bad, and the increase in strength brought to him was much better than the increase in world-defying stage fierce power that he received through his invigorated meridian. There are a lot of types of arrogant mad Dan. It's just that I don't have many wild source stone now, so I must eat other different arrogant pills in the future. Chunxiang only felt that it was new. He took out the myriad Tao source and said, I wonder if this thing can allow me to enter the world-defying crazy realm. If it is not possible, then I can only use pills. Chunxiang activated Time Domain and began to absorb the energy from the myriad Tao's origin. Previously, when Zheng Profound and his group had become green giant worm, the green fog that had been released already contained a very dense world-defying stage fierce power. After he had absorbed the green fog, he had felt his own world-defying stage fierce power increase by leaps and bounds, so he had thought that the myriad Tao's origin would definitely be of great help to him. This thing is very mysterious, so I don't need to use it to refine. If it was damaged, then it would be troublesome. Chunxiang had plans to use the derivation method to refine the myriad Tao source, but after thinking about it, he gave up. If something were to go wrong, the myriad Tao source would become useless. Right now he was using dual-layered time domain, and this was the only way he could absorb the myriad Tao spring in a short amount of time. Zhang Profound and Song Yichen had to spend a lot of time to refine the energy within the myriad Tao source. Chunxiang was very calm while absorbing the myriad Tao source energy, and it went extremely smoothly as well. Directly absorbing the myriad Tao source energy was much better than absorbing the green mist released by the green giant worm. More than 30 years had Pa S said while he was absorbing it. Chunxiang had also just absorbed all of the energy within the myriad Tao spring, but his world-defying mad source bead still hadn't reached the limit. There's still some time before the breakthrough. Chunxiang sighed helplessly. He really hoped that the myriad Tao would be able to help him break through, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He was not far from breaking through. You've only been training for a few days. Feng Kuryand. Qin Xiang's time domain did not cover the entire Yao Mountain Villa, so Feng Ku's time was different from Qin Xiang's. More than 30 years had already passed. That's true. After all, this is the world-defying crazy realm, and even many people here would not be able to step into this realm. Qin Xiang nodded his head. I can't be too impatient. I still have quite a bit of time. Qin Xiang felt that if he absorbed more Myriad Tao's origin, he might be able to break through. However, only Zheng Profound and Song Yichen could find the Myriad Tao's origin, and he couldn't contact them right now. If he wanted to break through now, he could only do so through pills. All right, I will refine a few wild source stone and see if I can purchase them. Qin Xiang had gone into closed-door cultivation for a few days and refined more than 100,000 wild source stone. After leaving the inn, he hurriedly headed towards a pill shop. Just as he arrived, he discovered that someone had been thrown out of the shop. The man was thrown out of the door, landing on the ground as he screamed in pain. His entire body was wounded, and his face was haggard. He looked extremely weak. This person is our store's alchemist. However, he didn't abide by the rules when concocting pills and wasted our medicinal ingredients, which is why he was crippled by us. An old man walked out of the shop. He was from heaven, old divine race, and had a cold expression. Qin Xiang looked at Alchemist, who was half dead, and felt that it was strange. Alchemist was a human, but he could actually become the shop's alchemist. His eyes lit up. He anxiously asked, Hello, shopkeeper. Your shop just cleaned up an alchemist. You are definitely lacking in manpower, right? This boy also knows how to refine pills. I wonder if he can become your shop's alchemist? C3161. C3161 Pure. Text online. Read. Local domain name. Mobile phone. Synchronous. Read. Please visit if he could infiltrate it. He would definitely learn a lot of things from it. This was what Qin Xiang planned to do. What kind of pill do you know how to refine? The shopkeeper sized Qin Xiang up, and a look of contempt appeared in his eyes. He did not think that Qin Xiang knew how to refine pills, and that Qin Xiang was a human himself. Although their heaven-old divine race was powerful, they did not have a lot of people. Currently, the shop was indeed lacking manpower. If he could have a human alchemist to join, he would be more willing. I only know how to refine strong strength Dan. Qin Xiang said he had never refined this pill before. Moreover, he had only eaten one before. However, he was confident in himself and felt that as long as there were ingredients, he would definitely be able to successfully refine one. All right, follow me in. The shopkeeper felt that it was already good that they only knew how to refine strong strength Dan, because they needed this kind of alchemist, so he didn't expect the human alchemist to refine other pills. Qin Xiang followed him into a secret room. This is the medicinal herb. I'll be coming in 2 hours later. I am very clear on whether or not it is the pill that has just been concocted. If you dare to lie to me, you will be like that fellow just now. The manager harumphed, then walked out of the secret room. Qin Xiang opened a box and found strong strength Dan's medicinal herbs. 1 fruit, then 500 wild source stone. Is it that simple? Qin Xiang handed the fruit to the Mei Jing sisters and started the triple time field on him. Mei Jing sisters cut off half of the fruit, then used the power of regeneration to regenerate the other half and gave it to Qin Xiang. By the time they finished, an hour had already passed. This way, Qin Xiang would have successfully obtained a fruit like this, and would not need to purchase it. Buying these herbs here was an extremely difficult task, because all of them were controlled by the heaven-old divine race, and no one dared to sell them privately. It won't be difficult to start now. Qin Xiang placed the green fruit into the Tianchuang furnace, and then placed the wild source stone in. To him, refining wild source stone was the easiest, because he had refined it many times before. As for the green fruit, that would be a little difficult. When he used the world-defying D-fire to burn it, he felt a strange energy gust. Plussing out, blowing away his world-defying God fire. However, this did not trouble him. He had many miraculous methods of refining pills, which easily overcome the obstacle, turning the green fruit into a ball of green mist, and then merging the mist with the refined wild source stone. After fusing, it would crystallize. He only needed to turn it into a pill. When he successfully formed the pill, 2 hours had just passed, and he was already sweating profusely. Even though it was the lowest price, he had spent an hour to refine it. Moreover, he had never refined it before, so it was not a small challenge to him. Fortunately, he had already succeeded. He felt that he could refine at least 3 pills, but he did not want the heaven-old divine race to realize that even if there would not be any problems, he also did not want to earn the wild source stone for the heaven-old divine race. The manager had already opened the door and entered. The moment he entered, he smelled a rich fragrance, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Looks like you've succeeded in refining it." The shopkeeper was a little happy in his heart, because he could tell from the fragrance that the pill inside Chun Xiang's pill furnace was of extremely high quality. Chun Xiang nodded his head and pretended to exhale, making people feel that he was very tired, as if he was doing his best. The shopkeeper opened the lid of the pill furnace and saw the green pill inside. He nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, you can stay. What's your name?" "Shan Fei." Chun Xiang used a fake name, although he did not have much fame here. Using a fake name was his habit. "Your mission in the future will be to refine 200 strong strength Dan for the shop every month. After refining one, we will give you a reward of 200 wild source stone." The shopkeeper asked, "Do you have any objections?" Chun Xiang shook his head. He had not come here for the wild source stone. If he wanted it, he could just refine it himself. The reward of 1 pellet for 1 wild source stone was only 200, which was pitifully little. If a strong strength Dan of his level were to be sold for at least 40,000 pellets, it showed how profitable this shop was. Good. Don't waste your medicinal ingredients. If you waste too much of your medicinal ingredients, your end will be very miserable. The shopkeeper said, "When you want to refine pills, come to the 3rd floor to look for me or the 2nd storekeeper for medicinal herbs. Once you've obtained them, you must start refining them." "Understood." Chun Xiang nodded his head. "Am I going to stay here too?" "Yes. You cannot leave the shop once you have collected the medicinal ingredients. You must finish refining those medicinal ingredients before you can leave." The shopkeeper said, "I suggest that you take a few dozen at a time. Once you've finished refining, you can go out and rest, and then continue refining. Once you've completed the month's task ahead of time, you will have other time." "All right." Chun Xiang nodded. "I want to take 100 portions now." Being able to refine 10 batches a day was only 10 days of time. The manager felt that it was rather reasonable. After Chun Xiang received the medicinal ingredients, the shopkeeper said, "Wait a moment, I will get someone to bring you to your residence. I hope that the strong strength Dan you refine all have such quality." The shopkeeper handed over to Chun Xiang the 200 wild source stone and said, "This is the reward for refining this strong strength Dan." Chun Xiang did not have any interest in these 200 wild source stone, but he accepted them with a smile. He was led by a young man to a house in the backyard. He had a small independent house with a secret room that could allow him to refine pills in peace. Begin pill forging. Chun Xiang wanted to quickly enter the world-defying crazy realm. This time he was extremely serious about refining the strong strength Dan, and he never thought that he would actually be able to refine the strong strength Dan in an hour. Is it because my world-defying D-fire has been strengthened in all aspects? Chun Xiang felt that he was pretty fast. If I were to carefully refine them, I wonder how many would be produced in a single furnace. The pill he had refined in the shop was for the sake of concealing his ident. 1 tai. Right now, he didn't have such considerations. If he gave out more medicinal herbs, he could save them all for himself. Very quickly, 2 hours had said. He earnestly went to refine the strong strength Dan, and the time required to do so was twice as much as before. However, he actually produced 4 pellets. This way, I only need 25 sets of ingredients to refine 100 strong strength Dan. The remaining 75 sets will be mine. This was more than what he had expected. He thought that he could only produce 3 pills at most. C 3162. C 3162 pure. Text online. Read. Local domain name mobile phone. Synchronous. Read. Please visit Qinxiang had only refined 100 strong strength Dan S in the past 3 days. The next few pills he refined were all for himself to consume, and the process of refining them was very different from the previous ones. Strong strength Dan is considered the lowest level of the arrogant core. However, if I were to use the derivation method and the crash method to refine them, I would definitely be able to refine extremely high-quality ones. Qinxiang had previously eaten strong strength Dan, so he now had a certain understanding of its medicinal properties. After all, Qinxiang had reached a certain level of cultivation in the world-defying stage fierce power, and his strength could be considered strong. His world-defying D-fire had already reached the pinnacle, so it gave him quite a bit of convenience during the process of refining pills. It has been successfully derived. Qinxiang reached this step very quickly. The next thing he wanted to do was ram the 9 medicine crystal that he had created. After he made sufficient preparations, he immediately began to clash with them. Bang bang! The furnace shook twice consecutively, then produced 2 M-U-F fled sounds. Qinxiang was also sweating profusely at this moment. This is a mad, arrogant pill. After it is formed, it will then collide with others. The explosive power is very strong. It's all-world-defying stage fierce power. I almost can't control it. Qinxiang took a deep breath. Luckily, he was able to react in time, and threw the 6 realms mirrors into the Tianquang furnace. If not, the world-defying stage fierce power inside would explode continuously. At that time, all of his Tianquang furnace would be destroyed. What's the situation like? Feng Ke asked. Not bad. I'll have to let you help me the next time I refine. It's too dangerous. Qinxiang said. Previously, when he was refining, he did not feel that there was anything difficult about the strong strength Dan. He was able to refine 4 pills in 2 hours, but he did not expect that after he had made a breakthrough, it would actually become like this, almost destroying his pill furnace. In the next round of condensing the pill, Qinxiang ordered Feng Ke to take action. Feng Ke's power of sealing was still very effective against this kind of arrogant core. Not long after, Feng Ke successfully condensed the rich medicinal power into a pill. A super high-quality strong strength Dan. Let me try. After Qinxiang took out this pellet from the Tianquang furnace, he immediately consumed it and began to refine it. He only needed 6 hours to refine the pellet, and he could easily refine it by himself. This pellet could be refined by himself, and this was the best place because the pellet itself could be refined, allowing it to merge with the human body more quickly. Therefore, it only took Qinxiang 4 hours to refine that pellet. The effect is very good. It's equivalent to 100 ordinary strong strength Dan. Qinxiang opened his eyes and felt the newly strengthened world defying stage fierce power. Looks like I'll be able to cultivate world defying stage fierce power very quickly, said. The world defying stage fierce power was still very useful to her. If she also had a very strong world defying stage fierce power, then when she released the seal in formation, it would make the array and seal even more powerful. Yes, I'll start refining a bit more. Qinxiang still had a lot of medicinal herbs in his possession. If he was to continue staying here, he did not need to grow them himself. He needed to make the shopkeeper more interested in him. When the time came, he would have the opportunity to refine an even more precious primordial pill. In the next few days, Qinxiang spent all his time refining the super high-quality pride pill. He could refine 4 pills a day, and after he refined 30 pills, he felt that it was about time. After walking out of the pill refining room, he saw a person in the small hall of his own small house. He was dressed extremely extravagantly, and there was even a mask on his face. "You're finally out." The cold and proud voice of the man from heaven, old divine race, came over. It was a man. "Well, what is it?" Chen Xiang asked suspiciously. "It's nothing. Let's go find the manager. He'll explain everything to you clearly." The man got up and walked out of the store. Chen Xiang followed and saw the shopkeeper. "I've finished refining it." Chen Xiang handed the 100 strong strength Dan pills over to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper opened it and took a look. His eyes were filled with pleasant surprise, but there was also some helplessness. He did not know the reason behind this. Chen Xiang had a premonition that he was about to be chased away. The shopkeeper said, "Shen Fei, the pills you refined are not bad. This is your reward. 1 pill for 200 wild source stone. Here is 20,000. After Chen Xiang received it, he asked, "Are you going to let me leave?" With that, he looked at the heaven, old divine race man beside him. "Yes, I'll take your place." The heaven, old divine race man said coldly, "That's not it. You can stay and continue refining the strong strength Dan. I can make an exception for you and let you stay." Although the shopkeeper did not concoct pills very aggressively, after running the shop for many years, he was clear that the quality of the strong strength Dan that Chen Xiang refined was very good. Other than that, he could also see Chen Xiang's potential. He did not wish for Chen Xiang to leave just like that, because if Chen Xiang left the shop, there would be people taking him in no matter where he went. "Manager, what do you mean?" The man asked in annoyance. "You should understand what I said. I want him to stay," the shopkeeper said, his expression turning ugly. Chen Xiang was a little confused. "Didn't you say that the alchemistess in the shop were enough? If I join your shop, I'll let a human leave. But why hasn't he left yet?" The man was a little angry. Of course, he could tell that the shopkeeper valued Chen Xiang a lot, which made him feel an indescribable jealousy in his heart. Chen Xiang also understood that the man in front of him was alchemist. But since the shop was full of alchemists, if he wanted to enter, he could only kick one out. Normally, he would kick the humans out and let the heaven old divine race people in. After all, the shop was owned by the heaven old divine race, and the shopkeeper was from the heaven old divine race. However, Chen Xiang had performed very well. Even if he was a human, he could still be valued highly by the shopkeeper. "Yes, but the pills he concocts are quite good. I think we should keep him here." The innkeeper said, "Your current house is for you to live in. I will arrange for someone to build another one for him." "He's just a human." The man was somewhat angry. "Why didn't you make an exception for me before and instead built a house for a human?" This man was from the heaven old divine race, but he felt that the shopkeeper wasn't paying attention to him at all. Instead, he was looking at a very weak-looking human, which made his heart very unbalanced. "So what?" The shopkeeper was getting impatient. After all, they were all from heaven old divine race, and all of them had temper. "If you feel bad, you can leave." The shopkeeper added, "The value of his creation is higher than yours, so he was able to receive this kind of treatment." See 3163. See 3163. Chen Xiang really did not think that this shopkeeper would actually think so highly of him, which made him shocked on the inside. He could at most earn a few more wild source stone for this shop. These wild source stone should not be worth it for this shopkeeper to clash with his clansmen. All right, just you wait. Just leave." As expected, the heaven old divine race man had left. "Manager, I've troubled you." Chen Xiang felt a little embarrassed. said, "Nothing. You should go rest first." The shopkeeper waved towards Chen Xiang and then took the pellets and left. Chen Xiang wanted Feng Kuter to eat 10 strong strength danes. He wanted to see what kind of effects Feng Kuter, who had just started cultivating the world-defying stage fierce power, would have after eating these strong strength dan. Feng Kuer's refining speed was much faster than Qinxiang's, being able to refine one pellet in an hour. Qinxiang was very surprised with her speed. How is it big? Feng Kuer used his hand to measure the size of a world-defying mad-soar speed. It was the size of a walnut, and it was not small either. So fast! Qinxiang laughed. Can you use the world-defying stage fierce power to release the seal now? Of course you can. The seal released is also powerful. Feng Kuer laughed. If my world-defying mad-soar speed was stronger, then I would be even more powerful. I hope that I could have long since stepped into the world-defying crazy realm. With Feng Kuer around, it would be relatively easy for Qinxiang to refine pills, especially when refining those types of pills that were difficult to refine. Feng Kuer was always able to help a lot. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to succeed. Qinxiang went to look for the shopkeeper. He wanted to collect 100 sets of medicinal ingredients, and he would complete his mission of refining another 100 pellets this month. When he arrived at the main hall of the shop, he saw that the shopkeeper was with a few masked men wearing luxurious robes. It's that guy from last time. Qinxiang felt a very familiar qi. It was the Heaven Old Divine race person from last time. The Heaven Old Divine race originally wanted to come to this shop to work, but because he saw that Qinxiang was neglected, he left in anger. Now that he had even brought a few people here, he did not know what his purpose was. After Qinxiang arrived, the man pointed at Qinxiang and said, "It's this human." When the few masked men looked over, Qinxiang felt a lot of pressure. This extremely tall masked man was very strong, and they had intentionally released a type of aura to scare Qinxiang. It was a good thing that Qinxiang was a person who had seen great storms before and stood there calmly. "He is Shen Fei. He just joined our shop not long ago." The shopkeeper said, "The strong strength Dan he refined is indeed not bad, so I made an exception and asked him to stay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that your family's kid is too suspicious." "Humph. How good can a pill concocted by a human be?" The man said angrily, "I want to compete with him. If he can't beat me, then tell him to leave immediately. Then apologize to me." Qinxiang's eyes were filled with helplessness. He never thought that such a thing would actually happen. This man looked just like a child. "Then let's fight. What if you lose?" The shopkeeper sneered. He didn't seem to be afraid of these masked men. "If I lose, then I'll be convinced." The man had already taken off his mask. He was a handsome youth, but his face was filled with arrogance, and he looked extremely arrogant. "Then you can leave." The shopkeeper said, "I think I did the right thing. The one wrong is you, the arrogant guy. Let me tell you the truth. The strong strength Dan you refined is very bad. I don't like it at all." When the man heard the shopkeeper's words, he became extremely angry. "Elders, you all have heard that he is humiliating me." The young man said angrily, "If he loses, then I will kneel down and apologize to you." A masked man said. When they saw their clan's younger generation being looked down upon in such a manner, their hearts were filled with rage. Qinxiang was a little helpless. That young man couldn't even bear to see the manager of the Heaven Old Divine race anymore. All right, the shopkeeper was very confident in Qinxiang. "How do you want to compete?" "Shen Fei only knows how to refine strong strength Dan, so he can only try to refine strong strength Dan. If he wants to refine other pills, I will not agree." The quality of the strong strength Dan that Qinxiang had refined was very good. This shopkeeper still had over 100 pellets that he had not sold yet because he had to find a good buyer to sell all at once. "Let's compete in refining the strong strength Dan. If he is the first one to refine it, then we will consider it his victory, regardless of the quality," that young man said. From his confident expression, it could be seen that he was very confident in his alchemy speed. The shopkeeper looked at Qinxiang, only to see Qinxiang nodding his head, competing with him in pill refining speed. That would be courting death. His heart was blooming with laughter. "Are you really okay? This fellow concocts pills at an Estonies. plussing speed, even though its quality is a little lacking. The shopkeeper suddenly told Qin Xiang. How much does he have? Qin Xiang asked. To be able to refine 3 batches of strong strength Dan in 2 hours is something that I know of. If it was a compet, 1 tie-in, his speed would probably be even faster. The manager sent a voice transmission. Just as they were communicating through voice transmission, the young man suddenly said, How about this? Let's compete with each other. Within 2 hours, whoever refines more strong strength Dan will win. They suddenly changed the rules again, which made the shopkeeper a bit angry. He knew the other party's pill refining speed. This kind of rule was very beneficial for them. And now, the shopkeeper sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. Qin Xiang replied calmly. He suddenly felt that this shopkeeper was not bad. Although he was from the heaven-old divine race, he had a lot of respect for him, which was why he asked for his opinion. The shopkeeper trusted Qin Xiang a lot and said, Then let's begin. In order to let more people testify, the shopkeeper called over 10 alchemists over to watch the compet. 1 tie-in. These alchemists were all old alchemists in the shop, and they knew about Qin Xiang's situation because they had all seen the strong strength Dan that Qin Xiang had refined and received their unanimous approval. Now that they understood the reason for the dough Dan, they all felt that this young man was extremely arrogant. However, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, this young man came from a big clan. When the disciples of the big families came out to gain experience, the ones who were unlucky were these shops. They are people from the Zhen clan. The kid who fought with you over refining pills is called Zhen Minghui. Their family's refining pills are not bad, and the people they sent out to gain experience are all people who want to enter some shops to concoct pills. The innkeeper said, Bulsh *T. He's just here to show off. This sort of thing happens a lot. You have to discourage him this time. Qin Xiang also laughed in his heart. Since he allowed the members of his clan to go out and gain experience, they should have suffered some setback or other in order to grow. But now the old one actually jumped out to help the young one. This little one clearly had no reason to. See 3164. See 3164 in the hall. Other than the alchemist in the shop, there were a few other people there. These people were all here to buy pills, and now that they knew about this, they began to watch with interest. Strong Strength Dan were a type of pill that many people ate frequently, and they were the cheapest here, and their effects were not bad as well. As long as one ate long-term, they would be able to feel the obvious increase in world-defying mad source speed strength. Therefore, this pill was still rather popular. Since there were people competing here, of course, many of them were very curious about it. Although they ate quite a lot, they had rarely seen alchemists refining anything. In 2 hours' time, the hourglass ended. There are many alchemists present, and they are all able to testify here. It can be seen whether they are cheating or not. The shopkeeper said, So you all must be more honest with me. Everyone could tell if it was the strong strength Dan that was just refined, let alone the old alchemist. Is it possible that whoever concocts the pill will be the victor at the end of the process? Qin Xiang asked again. He wanted to confirm it one more time. That's right. Zhen Minghui replied, You're definitely going to lose. Qin Xiang did not bother with him anymore, looked at the shopkeeper and said, Shopkeeper, do you still have a pill furnace here? Can you give me a few more? Zhen Minghui laughed. Are you worried that the furnace will explode? If the furnace explodes, then you can forget about winning against me. The most important thing in this compet. 1. Tie-in is time. If you explode a furnace, then you won't have a chance to win. Of course not. Qin Xiang smiled at him. The feeling he gave was one of modesty, and he himself was very good at refining pills. Even the heaven-old divine race who looked down on humans did not dare look down on him, as they had a very good impression of him. The shopkeeper took out 5 pill furnaces and gave it to Qin Xiang, saying, Is that enough? The shopkeeper did not know what Qin Xiang was doing, but he saw that Chen Xiang was very calm and collected. With just a glance, he had that kind of experienced look, and although Zhan Minghui looked full of confidence, he had a kind of excitement. This was Zhan Minghui's first time competing, but he was confident that he could win. At this moment, when he thought about how he would be excited when he won, it could be seen that his current state of mind was not the least bit good. Many of the old fellows here could tell that Chen Xiang was much better than them with a single glance, especially when faced with such a challenge. "You can begin," Chen Xiang said after he finished setting up the pill furnace. The shopkeeper gave him 5 pill furnaces, which, in addition to his own, was 6. "All right, let's begin." After the shopkeeper announced the start of the auction, Zhan Minghui immediately threw the herbs into the furnace. He looked to be in a hurry and was extremely excited. Chen Xiang, on the other hand, very slowly went to inspect the medicinal ingredients. After he was done, he waved his hand and opened the lids of the 6 pill furnaces, letting them float in the air. Then he placed the 6 sets of the medicinal ingredients into 6 separate pill furnaces. When everyone saw this, they thought that Chen Xiang did it to save time. After refining one furnace, he would immediately refine another. I can tell you don't have much strength with a single glance. You can only play this kind of small trick. This will indeed save a lot of time, but you still won't be able to win against me." Zhan Minghui said sarcastically, "That's all he can do. Right now, he can only rely on his little intelligence. It can be seen that he doesn't have any real talent." A masked man from the Zhen family also sneered. Everyone felt that Chen Xiang was very good at this, so what if he was smart? To save time for winning, this was a very normal thing to do. However, Chen Xiang's following actions caused everyone to be extremely shocked. 3 different types of flames appeared on Chen Xiang's palms, which overflowed from his palms and entered the 6 pill furnaces' fire entrance. He can actually control 6 pill furnaces at the same time. He wants to refine 6 batches of pills in one go. If he succeeds, he will be able to refine 6 pills in 2 hours. An old alchemist exclaimed, "If that's the case, it might be able to make up for it, but..." However, to control 6 pill furnaces within 1 hour is obviously a little strenuous. If I were to control 5 pill furnaces, it would take me at least 2 hours to complete the task. That's right, isn't he being a bit too arrogant? Everyone listened to the old alchemist's soft discussion. They came to the conclusion that it was possible to refine 6 batches of pills at the same time, but completing it within 2 hours was too difficult. Chen Xiang was truly powerful. Not only in this, he could simultaneously control 6 batches of pills and make even more of them appear. However, he did not want to reveal the number of pills he had obtained, as he would not be able to take advantage of this. Therefore, he came up with this method. If he were to use 6 pill furnaces to refine 1 pill, he would only be able to refine 1 pill per furnace. He's desperate. Seeing Chen Xiang controlling 6 pill furnaces, Zhen Minghui laughed. "It's only at that level. I thought it was very powerful." It seems that Minghui is definitely going to win. There is no doubt about the strength of our Zhen clan's genius alchemist. That's right. The shopkeeper actually looked down on our Zhen clan's youngest genius alchemist. This time, we'll make them convinced of our defeat. Everyone was secretly looking down on him. Before the results were out, those Zhen clan people already thought that they had won. They boasted so arrogantly that it made people feel uncomfortable. Therefore, no matter what the other party said, his heart would not waver. Furthermore, he had also seen Chen Xiang's calm expression, which showed that even though he had been mocked and ridiculed many times by the other party, it did not affect him in the slightest. He did not speak a word or counterattack. An hour had said, and at this time, Zhen Minghui had already successfully refined 3 batches of sand. At his current speed, he could refine 6 or even 7 batches in 2 hours. Minghui, it shouldn't be difficult to refine 7 batches in 2 hours, right? It's not difficult. Zhen Minghui laughed proudly. It's a piece of cake. Chun Xiang had seen the pills he had refined before. They were of extremely poor quality, and not even a single pill was round. These pills could not be eaten and would only be sold at a very low price, causing all the alchemists to look at them with contempt. An hour had said, and Qin Xiang suddenly opened his eyes. The 6 flames on his palm had also disappeared. "Haha, you must have failed." Zhan Minghui laughed. "No, I have already forged a cauldron." After Qin Xiang finished speaking, under everyone's bewildered gaze, he took out 6 strong-strength Dan from the 6 pill furnaces. When the 6 strong-strength Danas were placed in a jade box by him, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak, especially the shopkeeper. Because the quality of Qin Xiang's 6 pellets was very good, although he was refining 6 pellets at the same time, the quality did not decrease. See 3165. See 3165. Zhen Minghui, who was just laughing at him, couldn't laugh anymore. The 6 strong-strength Danas that Qin Xiang had just refined were right in front of him. So how could he not see the quality of these 6 pellets? The strong-strength Dan that Qin Xiang had refined was much better than those that were sold on the market. Even those who were not familiar with the medicine would be able to tell that. Zhan Minghui suddenly felt a lot of pressure. There was still an hour left, and if Qin Xiang could concoct another 6, it would be 12 of these pills, which he would not be able to compare to. In order to pursue a faster speed, Zhan Minghui had sacrificed his quality, and the strong-strength Dan he refined had no quality at all. Compared to the ones refined by Qin Xiang, he was the most clear of himself. At this time, he had already clearly understood the difference between Qin Xiang and himself, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. Right now, they were only competing in the amount of pills produced, not in their quality. Within the set time, the most they would be able to concoct would be a winner. Zhan Minghui and the others were secretly glad that the rules they had set were suitable for them. If not, they might lose. The pill this kid refined is really good. Even from a distance, we can see that. The things that Zhan Minghui refined were just trash. They could not even compare to his. And even if he could win, the disparity would be obvious. Yes. Unfortunately, his pills are of such high quality, and 1 pill is enough to take 10 of Zhan Minghui's pills, but Zhan Minghui still went against him. This kind of strong-strength Dan, even selling it for 40,000 wild source stone, wouldn't be a problem. The surrounding people were all discussing in low voices. They all felt that this was very unfair to Qin Xiang, because the pills Qin Xiang had refined were very good, but he was about to lose to Zhan Minghui. Indeed, Qin Xiang had just used an hour and a little bit of time to refine those 6 batches of pills. Everyone felt that they could not win anymore, because if Qin Xiang wanted to refine more, he would need at least an hour, but there wasn't enough time right now. Just when everyone felt that it was a pity, they saw Qin Xiang throwing 3 medicinal ingredients into the pill furnaces. When everyone saw this, they were enlightened. Qin Xiang was refining 6 batches at the same time, so it would take slightly more than an hour. But he was only refining 3 batches at the same time, so there should not be a problem for an hour. No one had thought about this just now, and could not help but admire Qin Xiang's calculations. This way, they would have a guaranteed victory. Zhan Minghui secretly clenched his teeth. The pressure was even greater now, because he might very well lose this compet. 1 Tian. If he lost, he would have to kneel down and admit his wrongs. It would be a very shameful thing, and they were previously so full of confidence. If he lost in the end, wouldn't that make them look bad? Just when Zhan Minghui was feeling nervous, an old man patted his shoulder, as though he was secretly sending a sound transmission to Zhan Minghui. When Qin Xiang saw it, he cursed in his heart. These guys are probably going to cheat us. Qin Xiang understood this kind of person very well. Before, Zhan Minghui was extremely anxious, but now he had calmed himself down. Everyone was secretly suspecting that the Zhan clan might have done something bad, as everyone could see what they were thinking at this point of time. However, if the Zhan family was up to no good, then everyone present would definitely be able to find out that they had done something. Manager. Chun Xiang sent a sound transmission to the shopkeeper. What if they are cheating? Don't worry. Right now, no one can hide from our eyes. If they are truly able to do so without us discovering them, then that is their ability. The manager said. This allowed Chun Xiang to heave a sigh of relief. There were quite a few old alchemists in the shop, and all of them had their eyes wide open watching the shop. However, Chun Xiang was still a little worried, so he had to be cautious, otherwise he would lose to the Zhen clan in the end. What will they do? Chun Xiang was thinking about this matter, and then he began to think about how he should leave a trump card in his hands, in order to guarantee that he would be able to successfully defeat Jin Minghui in the end. Even if Zhen Minghui were to use tricks, he would still win. After thinking about it, Chun Xiang decided to do it this way. If you win, what benefits will you gain? Feng Kor asked. If it was only Zhen Minghui kneeling, then this wouldn't bring much benefit to Chun Xiang. But in order for Chun Xiang to obtain victory, he had to expose his true strength. If I win, then this manager will think highly of me. At that time, even if I'm a human, I'll still have a good relations. I plus P with him. Chun Xiang said, You should be clear that the pill administration here is very strict, but if I build a good relations, I plus P with the shopkeeper will make it much easier for me, and this will allow me to obtain even more high-level arrogant medicine. Strong strength Dan were only the initial stage of the primordial desolate pill. There were even middle stage higher ranked pills. The quality of those pills were even better. That's true. Feng Kur nodded. At this time, Chun Xiang planned to display his true strength within the 3 stoves he had concocted, a total of 4 pills out of 1, which would make 12 pills. However, if Yi Xiao secretly cheated, it wouldn't increase the amount of money he could get. Soon an hour had said. Zhen Minghui had already finished his work, and this was his last batch. Previously, he had refined a total of 6 pills, but if this batch was added, he would only have 7. All right, it really wasn't easy. In order to win, I had no choice but to use my true strength. Zhen Minghui laughed, then opened the pill furnace and took out 6 strong strength Dan-S. To be able to produce 6 pills in one furnace, everyone was stunned. This is impossible. How can someone refine 6 strong strength Dan-S in one go? That's right. Although the quality is very low, it's impossible. After everyone saw this, they shouted in shock, accusing Zhen Minghui of cheating. Why is it impossible? If there are 7 or 8 alchemists in our Jin clan, then what is 6? It is not strange that Ming Hui was able to obtain the true inheritances of the ancestors. An elder of the Zhen family said. Right now, they couldn't say anything more, because whether or not it was true or false would only be known by the alchemists at the side of the store. The shopkeeper and the store's alchemist all walked over to take a look. After carefully inspecting the strong strength Dan, they all frowned, because these strong strength Dan seemed to have just been made. Shopkeeper, you should know that the alchemist in our Jin clan is able to do this. An elder of the Zhen family asked. Of course I know. Furthermore, the quality is not bad. 8 pills will be produced in one pot. The manager nodded. Then you guys tell me, are there any problems with the strong strength Dan that Ming Hui refined? The Zhen family elders looked at the alchemistess. They shook their heads. Although they were shaking their heads, they were very dissatisfied in their hearts. See 3166. See 3166 right now. Zhen Minghui only had 6 pills. Adding the 6 that he had refined previously, it was already 12 pills. And right now, Chun Xiang was only refining 3 batches of pellets. Adding the fact that the last 6 he had refined were also only 9. Even if the quality was good, the numbers were still lacking. In the end, they were still going to lose. The rules had already been agreed upon before, so it was hard to blame them. The shopkeeper shook his head and sighed. They did not expect the Zhen family to have this kind of trick, and now they were unable to find any evidence that the Zhen family cheated. If they doubted it, the Zhen family could find other alchemists to praise it, and the final result would be the same. It's almost 2 hours, you are bound to lose. On the surface, he was ridiculing Qinxiang, but in his heart he was extremely jealous because the quality of the strong strength Dan Qinxiang refined was very good. Also, he had one disgraced because the quality of the strong strength Dan that he produced was extremely poor. Although there were 12 of them, they were not even comparable to the 2 that Qinxiang had refined. In many people's eyes, even if Qinxiang lost, but in essence he won against Zhen Minghui. Zhen Minghui's level was too lacking. In order to ignore quality, he had no use. Moreover, for Qinxiang to be able to balance quality and speed, it was very impressive. When the Zhen family saw the shopkeeper's unsightly expression, they were very happy in their hearts. These large families loved to use any means they could to humiliate others with. The sand in the hourglass had already been leaked out, and everyone just now realized that Qinxiang was extremely calm. Even though he knew that could refine 6 strong strength Dan in one go, it was useless to be affected by it, and he continued to refine pills quietly. It's over. You lost. Zhan Minghui laughed. Hurry up and admit your mistake. Qinxiang stood up and laughed. The one admitting your wrongs is you. Moreover, you have to kneel down and admit your wrongs. With that, he waved his hand and opened the lids of the 3 pill furnaces. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted out, shocking everyone, although they did not know how many pills were inside. Judging by the medicinal fragrance, it was definitely not little. The shopkeeper, the alchemist, and the Zhen family's elders all rushed forward to take a look. Their faces were filled with surprise. Each pill furnace had 3 strong strength Dan in it. There were a total of 9 pellets, and they were all of good quality. Adding the 6 pellets from before, there were 15 in total, which was more than Zhen Minghui's 12 pellets. The outcome had already been decided. Although it was too unbelievable, the result was still acceptable to many people. A pot of 3 pills? That's impossible. Zhen Minghui shouted, You must have cheated. If you can get 6 pills in a pot, it's normal for others to get 3 pills in a pot. The manager said with a smile, You've already lost. Hurry up and admit your mistake. The shopkeeper was still very surprised. He was already prepared to lose, and had even thought of saying something when he was ready to admit his wrongs. However, he didn't expect Qinxiang to actually have such a reversal, which made him very happy. He also didn't know how Qinxiang managed to do it, and he didn't plan to ask her about it right now. I had no choice. In order to win, I used my true strength. Qinxiang looked very tired at the moment. He had shown this on purpose, and his true level was 4 pills per furnace. He had refined 3 pills per furnace, just so that no one would think it was exaggerated. Zhen Minghui glared at Qinxiang. He really did not think that Qinxiang would hold back such a move. His knees were already slightly bent, and in the end he kneeled on the ground. I'm sorry. After saying that, Zhen Minghui stood up quickly and left the shop in a fit of anger. The other elders also left in a fit of rage. I'll go rest first. After Qinxiang finished, he quickly left the hall of the shop and returned to his small house in the backyard. The shopkeeper watched Qinxiang leave, then hurried to the highest level of the shop and arrived inside a luxurious hall. How is the compet? Won Tian? An old man asked. He won. That kid from the Zhen clan has already kneeled down. This time, the Zhen clan has lost a lot of face. The shopkeeper laughed. This Xin Fei brat is truly powerful. Although he looks gentle and refined, his ways of doing things are very shrewd and experienced. Tell me the process. An old man with a head full of white hair walked out. He was wearing a set of blood-red clothes, and on the clothes were patterns drawn with golden lines. This pattern was the picture of a dragon. When the shopkeeper saw the old man walk out, he immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at him directly. Then he told the old man about Qinxiang's refining process. Looking at the strong strength Dan that Chun Xiang had refined, he said, "The quality of these pills are very good. Moreover, he had only used 2 hours to refine so many pills. It can be seen that this person's potential is extremely great. If he were to refine other pills, then the amount he would produce would be even more." Yes, he's not like that brat Jin Minghui. The strong strength Dan that Jin Minghui refined are all trash. The shopkeeper said, "Boss, Jin Minghui was able to concoct 6 pills in the end. What was going on? We don't see how he cheated at all." The old man laughed coldly. The Zhen clan's people used a secret technique to directly control Zhen Minghui's pill refinement, and they can even channel a certain amount of world-defying stage fierce power into Zhen Minghui's body, which is equivalent to the upper half of his body. In that case, those old fellows must be trying to concoct the pill, because this secret technique is extremely profound, and there's no need to touch the other party's body when using it, so you all wouldn't be able to see it. Humph, they actually dare to use such despicable methods here. I will deal with them sooner or later. The shopkeeper was extremely angry and said, "The Zhen family is becoming more and more arrogant." The red-clothed old man said, "Isn't it because a woman from the Zhen family can become a woman by the side of the ancient emperor? Now, many people no longer care about the heavenly ancient emperor. If he were to be killed one day, the Zhen clan would be the first to suffer. Oh, right, during this period of time, you will not allow Shun Fei to do anything else. Let him rest well. Then ask him if he refined any other pills. At that time I will bring him to Partik. 1. P. 8 in the heavenly pill A.S. Semli. If he can display such abilities, he should be able to obtain a good ranking during the compet. 1. Tian. But boss, he's a human." The shopkeeper said softly, "Isn't it possible for the people of heaven, old divine race, to partake? 1. P. 8 in the heavenly pill A.S. Semli? My master is a human. There are a lot of humans, and some are very weak, but some are very powerful, especially in the human world. They were born very weak, but in order to become strong, to live forever and to fight against fate, they have experienced all kinds of difficulties that we cannot even imagine. So, I have never dared to look down on humans, and only those idiots look down on humans. If you knew that our heaven-old divine race was almost annihilated by humans, you definitely wouldn't believe it." The red-clothed old man's words caused the shopkeeper to tremble. All this time he had always thought that humans were ants, and even though there were many of them, they were unable to shake their heaven-old divine race. See 3167. See 3167 after Chun Xiang finished resting. He went to the great hall of the shop to find something to do. When the shopkeeper saw him, he immediately said, "Shen Fei, you don't have to take missions anymore. Rest well." "Ah, why not? I have already rested well." Chun Xiang also planned to use this mission to obtain more medicinal herbs. "This is what the boss instructed me to do." "Oh, right. Are you able to refine other mad, arrogant pills?" The manager asked. "No way." Chun Xiang shook his head. "In the primordial violent pellet, I only know how to refine strong strength Dan. So it's like that. Take this back and take a look." The shopkeeper gave Chun Xiang a booklet, which wasn't very thick. Chun Xiang took it and looked through it, and on it there were some arrogant pills. "Very useful to me. Thank you." Chun Xiang laughed. "Who is the owner of this shop? Why didn't he show up last time?" Chun Xiang's pill refining skills were also very strong, much better than the alchemist S here. Of course, this was only in terms of refining strong strength Dan. Anyway, as long as he is here, the Zhen clan would not dare to come knocking. He carefully looked at Chun Xiang, but did not realize that Chun Xiang was especially powerful. Not long ago, his boss had told him that powerful humans were extremely terrifying, and they could even kill heaven old divine race as easily. But he had never seen many strong humans. Although Chun Xiang was good at concocting pills, he did not seem to be strong. "So mysterious." Chun Xiang laughed. "Then I'll go back and read this book first." Returning to the small hut, Qin Xiang looked carefully at the contents of the booklet. There were a few dozen pages filled with arrogant pills. Beginners, intermediate, and high-rank pills are available. There aren't many of them. But the effects of these proud ape pills are pretty good. It's more than enough. Qin Xiang said, "There is no description of any medicinal ingredients used to refine it. The pill formula should be in the hands of that boss." Qin Xiang noted down the contents above and then went to find the shopkeeper. "Finished all of them?" The shopkeeper said, "Keep it for yourself. It's not something important." Qin Xiang had thought that he would have to return the booklet. "I've seen all of them. They are all very useful, arrogant core. They must be very precious." Qin Xiang said, "Yes, it is very precious, but the boss knew how to refine, and he also had medicinal ingredients. In this city, the boss is the most powerful alchemist." The shopkeeper suddenly said in a low voice, "Follow me." After that, he brought Qin Xiang to the highest level of the shop and entered the luxurious little hall. After entering, Qin Xiang saw a very energetic old man dressed in red, sitting on the chair in front. The old man's face was filled with dignity. He gave off an invisible pressure. The pair of eyes that were deep like the sea of stars made Qin Xiang unable to look any further. He was indeed an extraordinary person, although Qin Xiang did not know him well. "Shen Fei?" the old man asked. "Yes." Qin Xiang nodded. "I'm afraid it's a fake name." The old man was watching Qin Xiang earlier. Although Qin Xiang's expression was extremely natural, he could feel that there was an extremely weak fluctuation inside Qin Xiang's body when he answered. From this weak fluctuation, Qin Xiang seemed to have lied when he answered. "Qin Xiang is my real name." Qin Xiang was a little helpless. He knew that it would be hard for him to hide in front of this kind of people. It was already not bad that no one had discovered the bigger secret on him. "Manager, you can leave." The red-clothed old man waved his hand, and the shopkeeper immediately left the small hall. The red-clothed old man said to Qin Xiang, "Sit, it's a bit natural, I won't eat you." After Qin Xiang sat down, he asked, "Boss, do you know how to refine all the pills in the booklet?" "Yes, do you want to learn?" The serious face of the red-clothed man revealed a trace of a smile, which surprised Qin Xiang. He was sure that this strong old man was from heaven old divine race, but he did not have that bad temper of his. From his point of view, most of the people from heaven old divine race were like the Zhen family. "Yes." Qin Xiang nodded. "Did you just arrive at the heaven old super realm?" The red-clothed old man asked. "Yes, boss. How did you figure it out?" Qin Xiang did not expect to be seen through so quickly, and did not try to hide it. "Your aura. I can discern the unique aura of the heaven old super realm. Although you have some of the aura of the heaven old super realm S on you, it's too spa. RSE. Usually only people who have just arrived in the heaven old super realm would be so spa." "RSE," the red-clothed old man said. "You shouldn't be from the myriad Tau S, right? You should be from the myriad Tau S." In front of this kind of old fellow, he was seen through in an instant. Qin Xiang could only nod his head. "What is your purpose in coming here? It's not easy to get here from that place." The red-clothed old man said with a frown. "Generally speaking, only those who enter the myriad Tau can go down from above the myriad Tau and directly come to this place from there. With your current strength, it will be difficult for you to do so. I used an array disk to come here." Qin Xiang took out the array disk. The 6 realms mirrors had already copied the array disk, so even if it was taken away by the old man, he did not need to worry. "It's something the heaven old imperial family made." The red-clothed old man frowned. "I heard that they have a plan to go to the myriad Tau. I didn't expect that it would already be carried out." Qin Xiang's heart skipped a beat. In such a short period of time, this old man was able to see through many things, which made him admire him. No wonder the shopkeeper was so respectful to him. "Can you tell me about them?" "You don't have to worry. I'm different from them. I treat humans the same." The red-clothed old man returned the array disc to Qinxiang. We have to start from the Tiangu beast S. Qinxiang also felt that the red-clothed elder in front of him was different from the others. He told him about what happened in the myriad Tao and concealed what had happened between Zheng Profound and Song Yichen. As the red-clothed old man heard this, he shook his head and smiled. They've underestimated humans. It's normal for them to suffer such a great loss. I had no choice but to do so. It was them that bullied me too much. Qinxiang said, It's fine. Now that they've all died, it's equivalent to them failing. They won't be able to send another group of people out for a short period of time. The red-clothed old man said, Heaven Old Imperial family doesn't have much time to do these things right now. Boss, how much do you know about Tiangu Beast? Qinxiang asked. They are all sealed in the same place now, but they will come out sooner or later. Tiangu Beast was a very powerful race back then. Even if they were turned into Tiangu Beast, their powers are still there. The red-clothed old man sighed. If we can't kill them when they run out, it will be a disaster for the people of Heaven Old Divine Race. C. 3168. C. 3168, they had already left the city and were unable to use communication jade symbol paper S to relay messages to them. They could only do so within a certain range. Right now, he also wanted to know the situation of the Tiangu Beast. The Tiangu Beast were sealed in one area, so Song Yichen and Zheng Profound should have already gone to that area to find a way to break the seal. Qinxiang had promised them before that he would help them break the seal. Once the seal was broken, they would be able to lead the Tiangu Beast army to fight the Heaven Old Divine Race. Boss, are you afraid of Tiangu Beast? Qinxiang asked, although the boss in front of him was from Heaven Old Divine Race. But he was not bad, and there were not many such people in Heaven Old Divine Race. Many Heaven Old Divine Race people were still quite hostile towards humans. There's nothing to be afraid of. The red-clothed old man shook his head. Boss, you should be good at concocting pills, right? Qinxiang asked again. He had heard the shopkeeper say this before. I'm having a problem right now, and I can't solve it. What problem? Qinxiang was extremely curious. He anxiously asked. The red-robed old man was powerful. The pill refining level must be high. Qinxiang had seen the small manual before. The pill inside could even be refined by the red-robed old man. The red-clothed old man hesitated for a moment and said, Do you think that this sort of pill has a limited quality? Qinxiang frequently thought about this issue because in the many pill refining compet. 1. Tie-ins he had compet. 1. Tie-ins, there were many rules that required quality. In order to win, every time he tried to refine a pill, he would always be able to concoct a pill of a very high quality and would always surpass his limits. No. Qinxiang thought about it, then shook his head. He had the derivation method and the crash method. He felt that as long as he had enough control, he would be able to continuously create and clash with them. It would continue to circulate, and this way the quality would continue to grow without limit. Of course, this was only Qinxiang's guess, because he had never tried it before, and it was mainly because he wasn't strong enough. If there were conditions, he would try to solve the doubts in his heart and see what would happen if the quality was higher. Boss, why did you ask that? Qinxiang saw that the red-robed old man was deep in thought. The red-clothed old man sighed and said, My name is Yu Iran. I have been to Myriad Tao before, and at that time I also had some private businesses up there. And the guys up there are all very powerful, especially those alchemists. Oh. Qinxiang had also heard of it. Back then, the Myriad Tao Danji. Oh, D was able to go up, and it was through alchemy to break through. I've seen the highest quality pills. Yu Iran continued. It's precisely because I've seen pills of this quality before. That's why I don't dare to stay on top. I'm worried that one day I will die. What do you mean? Qinxiang was a little doubtful, but he was also very shocked in his heart. There really was a high-quality pellet. What kind of pellet would that be? Even though I look strong now, I can't beat a single pill up there. Yu Iran laughed at himself. Since he could not beat a single pill, this made Qinxiang even more confused. Amongst the arrogant pills, just say the initial stage, arrogant pills, do you think you can refine a strong strength Dan of the highest quality? Yu Iran asked. No way. Qinxiang immediately answered. I can't do it with my current strength, but once I'm strong enough, I think it should be possible. And as long as it's an alchemist, it's possible to refine the highest quality mad, arrogant pill. Yu Iran said, if you really can refine the highest quality strong strength Dan, then at that time what you will see will not be a pellet, but a person. The highest quality primordial pill, no matter what rank it is, can turn into a person. These words shocked Qinxiang. He knew that the pill had a spiritual nature, and he could sense it very early on. However, this was the first time he had heard of a pill that could turn into a human. This person has his own independent thoughts, but he will be very loyal to you. To put it harshly, he will be your slave, and no matter what, he will be completely loyal to you. In addition, you have extremely high intelligence and can become your right-hand man. When Yu Iran said these words, he was filled with longing. It could be seen that he really wanted to do it. If you treat him badly, he will commit suicide. However, he will absolutely not betray you. Yu Iran said, I met such a pill spirit back then, and it was very powerful. Its power was stronger than mine by a lot, but what shamed me the most is that, in terms of pill refining, I actually lost to a pill spirit. You have to know that he was only a pellet, but he was able to defeat me. Qinxiang was completely shocked. The pill could turn into a human, and it could also turn into a pill. Is this true? Qinxiang's face was full of shock. He did not dare believe it. It's true. I've never told this to anyone else. Yu Iran said, ever since I came down from above, I have been bitterly searching for a way to refine a pill into a pill spirit, but I could not succeed no matter what. Only the arrogant world pill can do it. The other grades of the pill are not, because once the other grades reach a certain level of quality, it will be the arrogant world pill. Qinxiang nodded his head. If the low-leveled pills were to continuously increase in quality, then it would indeed raise one's grade. If it is to be raised to the level of the primordial, desolate pill, who knows how long it would take, I might as well just start with the pride pill. Yes, under the level of the arrogant core, no matter what rank it is, it will eventually become an initial level arrogant core. Yu Iran nodded his head. Seems like you are also knowledgeable in this area. Can the initial level, arrogant core, become an intermediate level, arrogant core? Qinxiang asked. From Yu Iran's tone earlier, it seemed that it was not possible. No. The highest quality of the initial stage of the arrogant core would be able to transform into a human, while the intermediate stage of the arrogant core would become even stronger. The arrogant core would be different from the others. Yu Iran said. Qinxiang was considering whether he should try to use this method, but he felt that his strength was far from enough. At the very least, he should be able to train to world-defying crazy realm. Is elixir spirits really that powerful? Qinxiang still could not believe it, because he had never seen it with his own eyes. You won't believe it even more if I tell you the most powerful part. Yu Iran said, the most amazing thing about a pill spirit is that it can quickly produce pills. If the strong strength Dan can become a human, it only needs to absorb the energy between heaven and earth, and it can quickly condense pellets. It will not be a problem to refine a few hundred pellets per day. But after that, your strong strength Dan will be able to form an endless stream and will be able to eat until you puke. The corner of Qinxiang's mouth twitched. If it's really possible, then wouldn't it be defying the heavens' will? Strong strength Dan S. could create many strong warriors. See 3169. See 3169 popular recommendation. Qinxiang suddenly understood why Yu Iran had returned to the heaven-old super realm. It was because there were many such abnormal things in there. As an alchemist, if I can't refine a pill spirit, I won't even be able to raise my head. Yu Iran said. If you meet some of the more vicious alchemists, they will capture you and feed you to their core spirits. This way, their core spirits will become even stronger, and if they can successfully swallow your soul, then their core spirits will be able to obtain your memories and can refine even more pills. Yu Iran's words moved even Qinxiang's heart, even though he did not have enough power to refine it. He wanted to try and see if he could continue refining the strong strength Dan. Boss, then what are the problems you have? Are you about to succeed? Qinxiang thought about it and asked, Yes, I'm about to succeed. The problem I'm facing right now is that I can't condense the pill at the last moment. Yu Iran sighed and continued, When you refine pills, you should know that condensing a pill is very crucial. Furthermore, the higher the quality of the pill, the harder it is to condense it during the refining process, because it requires a very strong compression of energy. Qinxiang nodded. Yes, this is exactly the difficulty. Yu Iran said. It's not that my strength is insufficient, but that I have not found a solution. When I was above Myriad Tau, the alchemists that I met earlier were weaker than me, so they wouldn't be able to beat me in a fight. But they were able to refine a pill spirit. There's actually such a thing. A pill spirit could be even stronger than its master. Do you want to try the sealing method? Qinxiang said. At the very last moment, he used a very strong sealing power to seal that power, preventing it from exploding out. The only problem is that the power of the seal is very, very strong. This is a good idea. Have you used it? Did it work? Yu Iran asked. He had not expected this before. Qinxiang used it frequently. Before he met Feng Kuo, he used 6 realms mirrors as support, and it was very successful. If I succeed, I will often concoct a pill that Serpa. SES what I am capable of. Qinxiang said, and I am using an array disc. I will place the array disc at the bottom of the pill furnace. When necessary, I will control the array disc to open up and release the seal's power. After Yu Iran heard this, he frowned and started to ponder. This is a good idea, Yu Iran thought as he nodded. If you are close to success, then the medicine crystal you need to condense will definitely be very terrifying. The array disc you need will also not be an ordinary array disc. Qinxiang said, According to my experience, the sealing power that can be released by controlling the array discs is also very crucial. All right, I can give it a try, Yu Iran said. Right now, I'm finally seeing the light. Before, I didn't even know what to do. I've already failed many times. Yu Iran was actually close to success, which made Qinxiang feel that he was very powerful. If he really succeeded, Yu Iran might be able to share some of his experience with him, which was also very important to him. Boss, are you going to start trying now? Qinxiang asked. What pill did you refine? It's an intermediate level, primordial pill. Yu Iran laughed. He and Qinxiang had chatted for so long. The two of them had already become very familiar with each other. If it really succeeds, can I take a look when the time comes? Qinxiang said, Of course not. Yu Iran said, I will bring you to Partik. 1P8 in the heavenly pill AS, assembly later on, and I will get a friend of mine to help me create an array disc. This type of array disc must be good, and the ingredients must use the Myriad Tau Divine Soil. The array discs used by the Myriad Tau Divine Soil were not bad. Heavenly Pill AS Semli? Qinxiang didn't really understand this. It's an alchemist great AS Semli. You should know the meaning of this great AS Semli. Yu Iran said, Yeah, there's usually some one tie-in or something. Qinxiang had Partik. 1P aided in it many times. At that time, you can represent our store and not allow you to get first place. As long as you can get first place, then that's fine, because there will be a lot of geniuses Partik. 1P aiding. If you want to fight for first place, then there will be a lot of pressure. Yu Iran patted Qinxiang's shoulder and then handed over 2 jade boxes to him. These are 2 commonly used types of arrogant pills, Both of them are medicinal ingredients. Take them back and try to see if they can be refined yourself. If you encounter any difficulties, then come and find me. One of them is beginners, and the other one is intermediate. Chen Xiang immediately thanked her after she received it. After Chen Xiang obtained these ingredients, he returned to his hut in great excitement. He never thought that the owner of the shop would actually be such a good person. Chen Xiang, if you can refine a pill spirit, wouldn't that mean that you're the same as me? Feng Ke laughed. Feng Ke was a spirit that was sealed and nurtured, so when Chen Xiang refined a pill spirit, it was the same as hers. Let's wait until I refine it first. Chen Xiang said, I have a suggestion that might be able to be refined by you right now. Feng Ke said. Feng Ke had always been helping Chen Xiang with the concocting of pills during this long period of time. But as an extremely competent child in the field of alchemy, he had given Chen Xiang a great help and lightened many of Chen Xiang's burdens. Tell me about it. Chen Xiang said, you can start refining the strong strength Dan now and just keep using the derivation method. Don't use the crash method. Feng Ke said, the crash method is not easy to control. You should be clear about this. That's a good idea. Chen Xiang was currently thinking he really wanted to refine a pill spirit quickly. This could increase his strength. After you give birth to the medicine crystal, I'll help you fuse it. My sealing power is very strong. Feng Ke laughed. I have cultivated a world-defying mad source bead now. I can use the world-defying stage fierce power. Yes, I can try. Chen Xiang looked at the 2 jade boxes. He needed to concoct the same pill now. But after thinking about it, he decided to try the method Feng Ke suggested. The sealing power of Feng Ke was very strong, so he was quite confident in her. If I can't do it by then, you just have to find a way to provide me with world-defying stage fierce power. When I release the sealing power, it will consume a lot of energy. Feng Ke said again. Seeing that Chen Xiang was moved, she secretly looked forward to it in her heart. C3170. C3170 popular recommendation. World-defying stage fierce power. Chen Xiang thought of the world-defying mad source bead, but I wonder if the world-defying mad source bead can do it. Chen Xiang had tried to absorb the energy from the world-defying mad source bead before, but to no avail. Even if he had to take the energy from the world-defying mad source bead to refine it, he would not be able to. However, Feng Ke's situation was different. She did not want to fuse this type of energy into her own body, but wanted to maintain the circulation of the seal's power. Won't you know after trying? Feng Ke said, first swallow the world-defying stage fierce power inside the world-defying mad source bead into your own body. Then control this wave of world-defying stage fierce power and enter the 6 realms mirrors. At that time, I will guide this wave of world-defying stage fierce power to activate the formation. All right, I'll give it a try now. Chen Xiang placed the 6 realms mirrors inside the Tianchuang furnace, and then placed a drop of world-defying mad source bead inside his own divine sense. This world-defying mad source bead had already been sealed by Feng Ke and wouldn't go around randomly. Chen Xiang used the devouring magic kung fu to devour the world-defying stage fierce power inside the world-defying mad source bead, and then channeled this wave of world-defying stage fierce power into the 6 realms mirrors. It worked. Feng Ke shouted in surprise. You still have a few world-defying mad source bead left. I believe you should be able to succeed. And this time, Chen Xiang was even more confident. After saying that, Chen Xiang decided to start. He did not need to concoct any pills in the shop now, as he had plenty of time to do so. It will definitely take quite a bit of time. Feng Ke said, if we can really refine a pill spirit, then wouldn't that mean that in the future there would be endless strong strength DNS? Yu Iran had previously said that elixirs could also produce elixirs. So, of course, strong strength Dan spirits would give birth to strong strength Dan S. but he did not know if that was true or not. Only success will know. Qinxiang laughed. Let's begin. Qinxiang took out all of the strong strength Dan medicine ingredients and threw them into the furnace. This way, the quality would be high from the start. It took him 3 days and 3 nights to finally refine the medicinal ingredients that he had saved before into a lump of medicinal crystal. This lump of medicinal crystal was very big and of an extremely high quality. I'm starting to use the derivation method. It might take a little more time. Qinxiang said. Right now he did not use time domain, because the refining process would definitely consume a large amount of energy. If he used time domain again, he might not be able to last until the end. Although the quality of the derivation is very high, it does not take a long time. This is one of the advantages of derivation. The derived method was better than crash method. It was softer. However, when the crash method collided, it would pose a huge challenge. Qinxiang's Tianchuang furnace would once explode from the impact. Qinxiang used the huge lump of medicine crystal to give birth to 9.5 large pills, and handed them over to Feng Ke. What he needed to do was to release a strong world-defying D-fire and make those crystals soften under the high temperature. It's not that hard. Feng Ke released the sealing power, and very quickly the large and small medicine crystals all merged together. Although it had fused together, the crystal was still as big as before. It was just that the quality had become very, very high. But Qinxiang would continue with the derivation process, and then continue the fusion process after. He did not know how many rounds he would have to go through. It would have to wait until the pill spirit was refined, or until both he and Feng Ke were unable to continue, before it would stop. The second round was completed in a flash. Both Qinxiang and Feng Ke did not feel any pressure and could be considered to be relatively relaxed. Just the second round alone used 10 days of time. The third round could also be easily completed, but it would take at least 10 days. Just the third round alone took 20 days. Qinxiang took a deep breath. I wonder how many rounds I'll need to succeed. We were already mentally prepared, so no matter how many rounds it takes, we will persevere. Feng Ke said, if Qinxiang had a very strong power, he could use the crash method to cross them. Then the quality of the medicine would be even higher, and the improvement would be much faster than the derivation. Especially in the later stages of the pill, the higher the quality of the crystal, the higher the impact, the higher the improvement, which was also better than the derivative method. It was just that Qinxiang had high requirements for it. He was unable to suppress the power that would come out when the crystal collided, even if they combined with Feng Ke. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, yet Qinxiang had already gone through 20 rounds, which made it extremely difficult for her to fuse the medicinal crystals. Because the quality of the grown medicine crystal was already very high, Qinxiang had to fuse them together with Feng Ke. I wonder when the heavenly pill assembly will begin. Forget it. Refining a pill spirit is more important. Qinxiang had already been in closed-door training for a very long time and had not left his room. Fortunately, no one came to disturb him, so he continued his refinement with ease. It's only 20 rounds, and it's already that difficult. I previously estimated that I would need 100 rounds to refine a pill spirit. Feng Ke said, how about this, you release the time domain, or else it will take too long. When the time comes, you will be disturbed, and things will become troublesome. Feng Ke was most worried about this, and he couldn't be disturbed like this. Once it stopped, all their previous efforts would have been for naught. All right, even though Qinxiang had only released the first stage of time domain, it was enough to buy him a lot of time. After releasing the time domain, it also increased the burden on Qinxiang's energy consumption. Although it was only a little, for a pill spirit like the one Qinxiang was refining now, the energy consumption would be huge if it ACCU, mulat for a long time. Yu Iran looked at Qinxiang's hut and said with a frown, this guy has already been in closed-door cultivation for 4 months, and yet he still hasn't come out. Should I go in and call him? The manager said, Don't. Alchemist hates being disturbed when he is refining pills. Yu Iran shook his head. How about this? I will partake. 1. P. Ate in it myself. At that time, you just have to tell him how to find me. I need to hurry up and register for a shop. Okay, I'll tell him when he comes out. After the shopkeeper had finished speaking, he asked, What if he goes into seclusion like this all the time? Then forget it. Yu Iran said, He has been in closed-door training for so long. He must be doing something extremely important and cannot be disturbed. It's going to start in 2 months. I hope he can make it. The shopkeeper looked at Qin Xiang's hut and muttered. Yu Iran left the shop by himself. As for Qin Xiang's side, he had already used the time domain for 1 month. Inside the time domain, he had already spent 30 months. It's really not easy. I never would have thought that I would be able to persist until now. Qin Xiang was already extremely exhausted. He had just completed a round of fusion with Long Shuai, and his sisters were currently channeling the power of rebirth to them, allowing them to quickly recover. C3171. C3171 popular recommendation. Qin Xiang had refined it for such a long time. He had no idea how long it would take for him to succeed. He even felt that it would be impossible for him to succeed. All right, let's continue. Qin Xiang rested for a moment, then suddenly began again. Fortunately, the maid Jing sisters was able to provide him and Feng Ku'er with an endless flow of power for regeneration. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to progress to such a stage. Although they did not know if it would succeed, Qin Xiang and Feng Ku'er did not give up. After all, they had persisted till here. If they were to give up, all the hard work they had gone through would be for naught. You'll definitely succeed. Even if you can't refine a pill spirit, you'll still be able to obtain a high-quality strong strength Dan. After you eat it, you'll be able to step into the world-defying crazy realm. Feng Ku'er said, she said that to motivate Shen S, H, I plus Xiang, to prevent Qin Xiang from having a negative attitude. And I will persevere. Little girl, you haven't given up yet. How can I give up? Qin Xiang laughed. Feng Ku'er had used a lot of strength. It was not easy for her to release the sealing power. But she did not feel impatient. On the contrary, she was still looking forward to the results. If Qin Xiang gave up, this would definitely affect Feng Ku'er. She put in so much effort. Following that, Qin Xiang and Feng Ku'er continued to work together to refine strong strength Dan. Qin Xiang was now even more proficient in using the derivation method. After all, he had gone through dozens of rounds of the same medicinal ingredients consecutively, and there were still many more rounds to go. Very quickly, the 2 months outside had passed, and Qin Xiang had been inside the time domain for almost 60 months. He had already forgotten about the heavenly pill, assembly, even if he remembered he did not have the time to go. But now he had stopped, mainly because he was unable to continue producing the medicine crystal inside the pill furnace. What's going on? There's actually no way to proceed with the derivation. Qin Xiang said in surprise. He tried for a few hours, but nothing happened. It has already been 105 rounds. Could it be that it has already reached its peak? Feng Ku'er said somewhat excitedly. It could be. Then let's try and see if we can condense the core. Qin Xiang was also very surprised. It could not be derived any further. Maybe it was because his quality had reached the limit. Feng Ku'er and Qin Xiang immediately teamed up, compressing the snow-white crystal inside the Tianquang furnace, intending to condense it into a pellet. The process of condensing the pellet was extremely difficult. Fortunately, Feng Ku'er was able to control the 6 realms mirrors and allowed it to release a very strong sealing force. So Qin Xiang was able to use those world-defying mad source beat S2. The formation inside the 6 realms mirrors continued to devour the large amount of world-defying stage fierce power S to operate the sealing formation. The sealing power that was released kept on shrinking the large crystal, and it kept on releasing bright light, as if it would explode at any time. As time passed, the large crystal became smaller and smaller, and all the world-defying mad source bead that he had obtained previously were used up. It stopped. Chun Xiang saw that the ball of light emitting from the crystal suddenly dimmed, and said anxiously, "Yes." Feng Kutar said, "It's impossible to continue anymore, it's already stabilized." Feng Kuer had already removed the seal's power, and the ball of crystal was extremely exquisite, unlike the previous time when it released another light. This circular crystal was very big, about the size of a fist. It was not the size of a pill, but it was much bigger than a normal pill. "We failed." Chun Xiang sighed helplessly. "The pill spirit did not appear." Feng Kuer ran out from Yu Yao Mountain Villa and said, "I'll open it and take a look." She opened the Tianchuang furnace's lid and retrieved the crystal core from inside. Her two small hands held onto it tightly, afraid that she would run away. "At least you still have the high-quality strong strength Dan's medicine." Feng Kuer laughed helplessly. "Could it be that I haven't reached the pinnacle of this method of refinement?" Qin Xiang caught it. Just as he was about to touch the crystal, it suddenly trembled. Seeing that, Feng Kuer anxiously shouted, "Move!" "I saw it." Qin Xiang also felt that it was strange. At this time, the crystal ball was still shaking in his hands, releasing a kind of energy waves while shaking, creating a light breeze. When the gentle breeze blew over, Qin Xiang and Feng Kuer felt a strange sensation. "It's the power of life." Feng Kuer exclaimed, "Could it be that he's already nearing success?" "Are you going to drip blood?" After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he took out the heavenly magic sword and cut his own finger, then dripped a drop of blood on it. After dripping blood, the blood easily seeped into the crystal. The originally transparent crystal had now turned blood red. The blood that Qin Xiang dropped into was flowing as if it was circulating. "Continue." Feng Kuer shouted. Qin Xiang pressed the part of his finger that was cut onto the crystal and could only feel blood continuously gush, plusing towards the crystal, quickly being absorbed by it. During the bleeding period, Qin Xiang asked the Mei Jing sisters to help him recover. Otherwise, according to the speed at which the crystal was devouring his blood, he would have become a dry human by now. It stopped. Qin Xiang looked at the blood-red crystal in his palm. This crystal was currently trembling slightly, making Qin Xiang feel as if he was holding a heart. "Do we have to wait?" Feng Kuer asked. "Why don't we ask that boss? He should have a better understanding of this." "Should I tell him that I am currently refining a pill spirit?" Qin Xiang asked. "Not now." Feng Kuer thought for a while, then said, "You can leave now. You have been in closed-door cultivation for a long time." Qin Xiang carefully placed the gem into a place inside the Yu Yao Mountain Villa for Feng Kuter to see. After walking out of the hut, Qin Xiang saw the shopkeeper running over anxiously. "You finally came out of seclusion, but I've been waiting for you for a long time." The shopkeeper hurriedly said, "The boss has already gone to partake 1p8 in the heavenly pill as semli. It will only take 5 days. If you go now, you should be able to make it in time." Right now, even if Qin Xiang did not want to, he had to go because he wanted to find Yu Iran and ask him about the matters before the birth of the pill spirit. He had toiled for so many days, but he did not know if it had succeeded or not. He did not wish for his hard work to go down the drain, as Qin Xiang did not want the shopkeeper to know that the location of the heavenly pill semli would be in a manner. "Let's go now. If we're fast, we should be able to make it before it starts," the manager said. Qin Xiang nodded his head and then left the city, teleporting towards the villa's location. He wanted to find a place that he was familiar with, and if there was a need for a combat one tie-in, he might have to make some preparations. These days he had been intending to refine other arrogant pills, but he had made the decision on the spur of the moment to do so so he didn't manage to refine any other arrogant pills. C3172. C3172 Pure. Text online. Read. Local domain name mobile phone synchronous. Read. Please visit. After Qinxiang arrived at this nameless villa, he could only wait outside. He could not enter directly. He needed to be notified by the guards. Previously, the shopkeeper had told him that if he were to come to the entrance of this villa, he would have to tell the gatekeeper that he was looking for Yu Iran. Qinxiang had to wait for more than an hour before he saw Yu Iran walking out quickly. You finally came. I thought you wouldn't come. Yu Iran laughed. It's good that you can come. After that, Yu Iran brought Qinxiang into the villa. The interior of the villa was very big. The entire villa was enveloped by a powerful array. If one wanted to barge in, it would not be easy. Qinxiang had already tried to enter from the outside. And even if he used the time and SPAC power, it would be very difficult to enter. Boss, this villa is really amazing. The person who built this villa is very strong. Qinxiang said, especially the formations protecting the villa. Each and every one of them is extremely terrifying. Qinxiang was still a little excited in his heart. The formations here were extremely useful to him, as to be able to restrict people like him who knew how to use the time and SPAC power to enter. He planned to use the 6 realms mirrors to replicate the powerful formations in the evening when he had the chance to do so. Of course, the master of the villa is also an alchemist. Otherwise, he would not have held such a large assembly. Yu Iran laughed as he brought Qinxiang to his residence. Yu Iran was a big shot here, so he came to this villa as guests. His villa's living SPAC was extremely luxurious, and it was a very big mansion. Why doesn't this villa have a name? Qinxiang stood at the entrance for a long time, but still did not see what the villa's name was. Yes, there is no name, but we all call it Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa in private. Yu Iran said, every once in a while, Heavenly Dan Mountain Villa will invite the alchemists to gather here, and at the same time invite a few juniors to compare notes on concocting pills. So that's how it is. Qinxiang looked out the window at the mountain in the distance and asked, what will the compet? 1. Tie-in be like this time? I'm not ready yet. Not ready? What have you been doing in seclusion for the past few months? Yu Iran felt that it was a little strange and laughed. Could he be sleeping? Qinxiang shook his head. He had previously discussed with Feng Kuo and was temporarily not going to tell him about him refining the pill spirit, but now he suddenly wanted to tell Yu Iran about it. Seeing that Qinxiang was not willing to answer, Yu Iran did not force him and said, the compet. 1. Tie-in is not very important, but if we win, there will be rich rewards. Maybe we'll not be interested in the rewards. But during the compet, 1. Tie-in, I can let you improve, so this is a good opportunity. How powerful is the owner of this villa? Is he stronger than you? To be able to invite an outstanding alchemist of the heaven-old super realm to partake. 1. P8 in this kind of gathering, it showed that the master of the villa was definitely very strong. Yes, and he seems to know some things about alchemy. I haven't discussed this with him in detail for now, but he's very busy right now. I've been here for 2 months, and I haven't had a chance to talk to him alone. Yu Iran said, every time I see him, I'm with a large group of people. It's not convenient to discuss this sort of thing. Qinxiang nodded his head. Indeed, the less people know about the pill spirit, the better. Yu Iran shook his head. That's what I thought before, but now. I've heard quite a lot of things these days. There are actually quite a few old fellows who already know about the pill spirit. I wonder where they heard about it from. We must find out how they found out about the elixir. Qinxiang anxiously asked. Did any of them go to Myriad Tao before? It should be, but even if we go to Myriad Tao S, we should not have the chance to know about this. Yu Iran was also very suspicious about this. I think there's only one possibility. Qinxiang didn't know how he could ask Yu Iran about the details of the pill spirit either. unless he told him what had happened. At this time, Yui Ran looked like a pretty good person from the heaven old divine race, treating him almost like an elder. She didn't give him any face, and was even very friendly, a person that could be trusted, but Chen Xiang was still a little worried. What possibility? Chen Xiang asked. I think the owner of this villa told them. Yui Ran frowned slightly and took a sip of tea, because he had also been to the Myriad Tao before, so he naturally knows about this matter. Furthermore, I heard that the master of the villa would reveal something at the beginning of the Heavenly Pill Assembly, and it is said that it is extremely shocking. Chen Xiang's brows twitched and said anxiously, could it be that he wants to reveal the pill spirit he refined? Yu Iran nodded and said, yes, this guy likes to show off. I think it's possible. Of course, I'm only guessing now, huh? Yu Iran's mood did not seem to be very good, because the owner of the villa had refined his pill spirit earlier than him. Although he was not completely sure about it at the moment, Yu Iran was very unhappy as he thought of this matter. Boss, don't you have a direction now? Chun Xiang laughed. As long as you have time, you will also succeed. That's right. Yu Iran laughed. Chen Xiang had previously told him that using the seal could succeed, and he had already sent people to help him refine the array disk. As long as he finished refining, he could start to experiment. Couldn't be sure before, but he had already refined it before, so he was very sure now that he could use the power of the seal to compress the medicine crystal. If Yu Iran's formation plate was good enough, he would definitely succeed. Yu Iran was a strong world, defying crazy realm ranker. He was strong enough to maintain the flow of the array disk, so he would definitely be able to hold on until the end. When the time comes, just follow behind me and try not to make too much noise. You should know the attitude that the people of heaven old divine race have towards human beings. Yu Iran said, and I understand. Chun Xiang treated him really well. At least he was not rejected like the other heaven old divine race people. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Yu Iran stood up to open the door. Mr. Yu, the Manor Lord has some important matters to attend to. Please meet with the Manor Lord before sunset. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man, most likely someone sent by the Manor Lord. All right, can you bring someone with you? Yu Iran asked. Sure. The middle-aged man looked at the sky and said, it would be best if we could arrive before sunset. The Manor Lord does not like it that people are late. Don't worry, I will definitely arrive on time. After Yu Iran finished speaking, the middle-aged man left in a hurry. C3173. C3173 Pure. Text online. Read local domain name mobile phone. Synchronous read. Please visit Chen Xiang. Walked over and asked, what will be the important matter? Yu Iran shook his head and smiled, then walked into the hall with Chen Xiang. Didn't I just say that the owner of this villa is going to announce something big? Yu Iran drank his tea. Didn't he say that he would announce it at the beginning of the Heavenly Pill Assembly? Chen Xiang said, why do we have to announce it now? He probably won't be able to sit still. Yu Iran laughed. Ignore him. When we go over to take a look, we'll know who's here. At dusk, Yu Iran brought Chen Xiang to the Manor Lord's house. The place was even bigger there, and in front of the house was a huge plaza. When Chen Xiang and Yu Iran arrived, Yu Iran immediately brought Chen Xiang to the very front of the table. There were seats at the very front, and there were seats for esteemed guests like Yu Iran, but they only had 2 seats, so there were 2 people sitting at the same table. This is a human. Someone at the next table said in surprise, his voice full of contempt, followed by looks of contempt from the others. Isn't that Elder Yu? What's so special about this human? An old man asked with a smile. There's nothing special about it. It's just that it's better to be able to refine strong strength Dan and defeat Jin Minghui from the Zhen clan. Yu Iran said. So Zhen Minghui was defeated by him. At least you have some ability. If not, you will not take notice of him. Does this human use the blood of the heaven-old divine race? How can it be so powerful? The voice of the old man was sinister, as though there was jealousy in it. Many people had heard that Zhen Minghui was defeated, so this gathering was meant for the young generation to spar, and Zhen Minghui was considered rather famous amongst the younger generation. But he lost to a single person by kneeling down and admitting his wrongs to a shop owner. This was truly a great humiliation. And in the eyes of many in heaven-old divine race, losing to a human was even more humiliating than kneeling down and admitting his mistake. So Zhen Minghui hated Qin Xiang to the bones. Yu Yiran suddenly glared at the people around him and released a wave of pressure that caused them to not dare to mock him. Humph! What's so special about defeating Zhen Minghui? After defeating Zhen Minghui, you actually dared to come here to partic. 1. P. 8 in this kind of convention. A man behind him sneered. Yu Yiran turned his head to look and saw that the man was dressed in brilliant gold and looked very blee, followed by a large group of people. He only snorted and did not say much. Who is this person? Qin Xiang was extremely curious, so he sent a sound transmission to Yu Yiran to inquire. He could tell that Yu Yiran was wary of this person. The member of the heaven-old imperial family should be a prince. Yu Yiran said, I really hate heaven-old imperial family. They will die one day. You don't have to bother about them. Yu Yiran and Qin Xiang both looked at the high platform in front of them, and no longer bothered with the various ridicule given to them by the distinguished guest seats. Qin Xiang never thought that the people of heaven-old divine race would actually reject humans like that, because in the VIP seats only he was human, the others were all people of heaven-old divine race. They thought that bringing a person in was a huge insult. Originally, they thought that with this kind of ridicule, Yu Yiran would let Qin Xiang leave, but Yu Yiran remained indifferent. Even if Qin Xiang wanted to leave, he would not let him leave. The Manor Lord is here! Someone suddenly shouted. Quick! Let the Manor Lord take that person away. Such a weak human. Isn't he afraid of being scared to death by our aura? Exactly. When he appeared, no one dared to speak loudly. He seemed to know about Qin Xiang too, but he did not reject humans like the others, and for some reason, this made everyone from heaven-old divine race confused. Everyone present was confused. Seems like he has really been to the Myriad Tao before. Yu Yiran sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang and laughed. Because above the Myriad Tao there are some humans that are very powerful and can refine pill spirit, so he doesn't dare to look down on humans. So that's how it is. Qin Xiang now also understood why Yu Yiran treated him in such a manner. It turned out that she knew that humans could be very strong as well. Everyone, I've brought you here so that you can see my achievements. The Manor Lord revealed a proud smile as she waved her hand. A handsome man dressed in blue walked up from below. Seeing this blue-clothed man, Yu Yiran's expression immediately changed greatly, and Qin Xiang also felt a somewhat familiar aura from him. It was the aura of a pill, and one that only existed for extremely high-quality pills. Qin Xiang had refined this pill not long ago, so he was extremely familiar with this aura, and his heart was currently beating rapidly because the blue-clothed man was a pill spirit. The Manor Lord had succeeded. He had successfully refined a pill spirit. Some of the old men could tell that only those who knew about the pill spirit were this shocked. This is my greatest achievement. The Manor Lord laughed out loud, laughing very proudly. What is this result? Some people were puzzled. They knew that this man in blue was different from the others, but they could not tell what he was. This is the Huaquan Dan. Yu Yiran suddenly said. His words made many people even more suspicious. Although these heaven-old divine race people were strong, they did not know much about the pill spirit. The villa master smiled at Yu Yiran. Brother Yu is indeed knowledgeable. Why don't you explain this to everyone? Yu Yiran stood up and said in a clear voice, if the quality of any of these pellets are refined to the limit, a pellet spirit will be born. The strength of the pellet spirit is extremely scary, and it already possesses an extremely powerful world defying stage fierce power. Following that, the Manor Lord explained more about the pill spirit, causing many to cry out in disbelief. Many people could not believe it because this was an unbelievable matter in the first place. However, when they saw the expressions of Yu Iran and a few other famous old alchemists in the field of alchemy, they knew that it was not fake. After refining a pill spirit, one would be able to possess an even greater power. If he could refine a little more, wouldn't it be terrifying? Chun Xiang inadvertently looked at the Prince of Heaven old imperial family, his expression unexpectedly not looking good. Chun Xiang estimated that the prince might have sensed that their royal family's position was being threatened. Elder Yu, you know about the matter of the pill spirit, but you didn't manage to refine it. What a pity! An old man chuckled. Yu Iran is old and is no match for the Manor Lord. Looking at your expression, you should be extremely jealous, right? It should be this is the peak of alchemist and he cannot reach it. The few old men who were taunting Yu Iran were all alchemists and looked like they were Yu Iran's old rivals. C3174. C3174 Pure Text Online. Read. Local domain name mobile phone synchronous. Read. Please visit Yu Iran was a little angry. He did not refute them and only looked at the pill spirit quietly. The Huaquan Dan was a middle-ranked primordial pill. It could be considered rather expensive. Even the older alchemists knew how to refine it. The ingredients were the more expensive because it took a long time to grow. When the Manor Lord saw that everyone was looking at him with looks of admiration, he became very proud of himself. Let's call it a day. When I get the chance, I'll show everyone how amazing I am. I just concocted it not too long ago, so I'm still not familiar with it yet. When I'm familiar with it, I'll definitely share it with everyone. The Manor Lord laughed and said, in a few more days, the Heavenly Pill assembly will begin. This will also motivate the younger generation, giving them an example. Yu Iran was the first to leave, if he did not have to partake. 1. P8 in the Heavenly Core Conference with Chun Xiang, he would have immediately left this place. He thought that he would be the first one to refine a pill spirit in the heaven old super realm, but who knew that there was someone who did so earlier than him? After going back, Yu Iran gasped for breath. This is so infuriating. These people are actually using this matter to mock and ridicule me. It's not like they were the ones who created the elixir. These BASTARDS sooner or later. I will definitely teach them the consequences of offending me. Yu Iran said angrily, this villa master is too much. He clearly wants to show off in front of us, to make me lose face. But the owner doesn't look like that kind of person. Chun Xiang said, this guy is considered my junior, now that his pill techniques have Serpa. Said mine, he definitely has to show off a bit. Now, he is heaven old super realms #1. Yu Iran scoffed. Isn't this guy relying on his own good pill refining conditions? What condition? Chun Xiang asked. The Manor Lord looked to be just like that. His background is very bizarre. Not long after he was born, he had a large number of inheritances related to refining pills. That's why he started refining pills when he was young. Yu Iran said, when he was born, I was already very famous. What are his parents? Chun Xiang asked. Most of the reason that the Manor Lord was able to refine a pill spirit was because of his parents' pill refining legacy. I don't know. It might be above Myriad Tau. Yu Iran shook his head. Anyway, this heavenly Dan mountain villa of his has existed for many years, and even the heaven old imperial family has to give him face, you can imagine. Chun Xiang had also just seen the Prince of Heaven old imperial family. Since this master of the heavenly Dan mountain villa is able to refine a pill, he must be valued even more by the heaven old imperial family. This Huaquan Dan's pill spirit should be able to produce a large amount of Huaquan Dan. This is too scary. Chun Xiang said he also knew about Huaquan Dan. Yu Iran knew how to refine this kind of pill. Chun Xiang had seen this before from the small booklet. Yes, Heaven Old Imperial family has always known that this Villa Master is very strong and treats him very well. He will definitely think of a way to cooperate with this Villa Master. Yu Iran nodded his head. Huaquandan are few in number. There are not many alchemists that can be refined, and older alchemists like us disdain to refine it, which is why we are lacking this type of pill. The middle stage proud pellets were relatively fewer. The old alchemist disdained refining them, and the other alchemists did not have that level of pills either. Furthermore, the demand for this level of proud pellet was also very high because it was very suitable for the middle stage of the world-defying crazy realm. To pass through the middle stage of the world-defying crazy realm quickly, one would need a middle stage arrogant core, so the middle stage arrogant core was extremely important. Seems like he can still refine a few more elixirs. When that happens, it would be unimaginable. Yu Iran said, "Looks like I have to work harder now. I cannot be underestimated by this guy." "Boss, you will definitely succeed." Chun Xiang was currently considering whether he should tell Yu Iran about him refining the pill. After considering it for a while, Chun Xiang finally decided to tell Yu Iran about this matter. It was because he didn't know what was wrong with his pill spirit, causing it to fail. "Boss, do you know what I've been doing for the past few months?" Chun Xiang asked with a serious expression. "What are you doing?" Although Yu Iran was curious, he did not inquire about it. At that time, Chun Xiang had only told him that he had not concocted any other pills. "I am refining a strong strength Dan. The highest quality strong strength Dan," Chun Xiang said. When Yu Iran heard it, he was extremely shocked. "You're going to start refining now." Chun Xiang nodded. "But your current strength is limited." Yu Iran was in disbelief. "Then what's the result?" Chun Xiang shook his head and sighed, then took out the blood-red crystal. The crystal was originally white, but after absorbing his blood it turned red. That's the end. The round crystal in Chun Xiang's palm was shaking like a beating heart. When Yu Iran saw it, he almost popped out his old eyes. How could he not see what this crystal meant? This is the highest quality strong strength Dan. Yu Iran could feel an aura that was unique to the highest quality, just like the pill spirit that Heavenly Dan Landlord had displayed previously. What am I doing now? Have I succeeded? Chun Xiang was extremely helpless towards this. It can be considered as a success, but it's just that I haven't become a human. Yu Iran took it and looked at it carefully, then shook his head. "I don't know the reason right now, but can you stay here and watch it for a few days? I'll help you find the reason." "Of course you can." Chun Xiang also needed a pill spirit now. If a strong strength Dan spirit appeared, he would be able to obtain a large number of strong strength Dan without even refining. "I will study it carefully now. Before the heavenly pill assembly begins, I will come and find you," Yu Iran said as he hurriedly entered the secret room. When Chun Xiang returned to his room, he asked, "You trust him that much?" "I am very confident in my judgment. This boss is not from the heaven old divine race." Chun Xiang laughed. "I think he is the same as Chen Kai. Maybe he was born from the combination of humans and the people of heaven old divine race. It's just that he hid it well and was not discovered." "This is just your guess." Feng Kuta said, "I hope that he can help you. When the time comes, we can quickly obtain a pill spirit. It will definitely succeed. It's just a matter of time." Chun Xiang and him had worked hard for a long time, so they naturally hoped that it would succeed. These few days of waiting made them feel that it had been a long time, and tomorrow was the start of the heavenly pellet assembly. Chun Xiang did not even put this matter in his heart. He was waiting for Yu Iran to come out. It was only at night that Yu Iran ran out of the secret room in a hurry, his face filled with joy. C3175. C3175 Chun Xiang, who was in the hall, saw Yu Iran coming out, and suddenly stood up and walked over. More recent chapter access. W. Boss, did you find anything? Yu Iran took out the blood-red colored medicinal crystal and said, "Look at the center of the interior." This is... Qin Xiang moved closer to take a closer look and said, "Isn't this a very small fetus?" "Yes, this is a baby," Yu Iran said. "These few days I have been sending in a large amount of life force nonstop, and that's what I was able to nurture. So it turns out that it's about how to refine it." Qin Xiang took the crystal and said, "Then what happens next? Should I continue channeling life force into it?" "And it is still being delivered nonstop until the baby wakes up." Yu Iran said, "Boss, have you refined it to this stage before? How do you know that?" Qin Xiang was very curious about this. Even though he only knew about the pill spirit from the myriad Tao, he did not know the specific refining process, right? "I know a little about it," Yu Iran said. "After the baby inside the medicine crystal wakes up, it will immediately consume the medicine and quickly grow. After that, you don't need to care about it anymore. When he grows up, you just need to pass on some memories to him. That's fine, he can just transfer the teachings to him. He can learn on his own." "It's really amazing," Qin Xiang said. "You are the one who is miraculous. You can concoct a pill spirit right after entering the sect. How did you concoct it?" Yu Iran was extremely curious about Qin Xiang's alchemy skills. "The derivation I used," Qin Xiang said. "Derivative method?" "I also used the derivation method." "Who did you learn your derivation method from?" Yu Iran was shocked. "You actually know how to use the derivation method too." "I learned it from myriad Tao Dan God," Qin Xiang said. "As for who taught him, I don't know. In short, he has already lost, and I have never seen him before." Qin Xiang told you Iran about the inheritance left behind by the myriad Tao Dan God. I've heard of this person as well. I didn't expect him to be using a derivation technique. He is indeed dead. What a pity. Yu Iran sighed. "I didn't learn my derivation method from him." "From whom?" Qin Xiang asked again. "His name is W.A.N.G. Dao." Yu Iran's words stunned him. Old W.A.N.G. Qin Xiang did not expect this. W.A.N.G. Dao, this half-ghost old man, is a very mysterious guy, and unexpectedly he is Yu Iran's master. You know him too?" Yu Iran was just as surprised as Qin Xiang at the moment. "Yes, but not too well." Qin Xiang nodded, and then told Yu Iran about the matter regarding W.A.N.G. Dao. Right now, he is indeed in a bit of a predicament in myriad Tao. Yu Iran nodded his head, "But he doesn't need my help. He can be considered my master." "Oh, right. You still haven't told me how you refined it." "I also used derivation." Yu Iran laughed. "Let's not talk about those first." "I used an array disk to release the sealing power." Qin Xiang took out his 6 realms mirrors. Yu Iran looked at it, then nodded. "So that's how it is, but with your current cultivation level, you should not have enough world-defying stage fierce power to maintain the formation plate and release the sealing power." "I used the world-defying mad source bead. I got a few before, and only after using them all did I succeed." Qin Xiang sighed helplessly. "My cultivation right now is too low. I can't sustain consumption. But he's also very powerful." Yu Iran really admired Qin Xiang because he did not succeed, but this brat Qin Xiang, who did not even reach the world-defying crazy realm, did. If the heaven-old imperial family finds out about this, they would definitely make a move on you. They are different from me. If they were to know that a human like you can refine a powerful elixir spirit, they would definitely destroy you or enslave you. Yu Iran warned repeatedly, "Take this medicinal crystal back and raise it yourself. It's already nearing success." N. Qin Xiang nodded his head. "We'll be partic. 1P. Aiding in the Heavenly Core Conference tomorrow. Are there any compet one-tie-ins?" "Yes." Yu Iran said, "I've already helped you register." "Of course, if you don't want to go, you can also go." A few days ago, Yui Ran had seen many people mocking and ridiculing Chen Xiang. If Chen Xiang did not go, he would not have heard these rumors. He also knew that Chen Xiang wouldn't care about all this. With Chen Xiang's current ability to refine a pill spirit, an alchemist at this level would be enough to be proud and have an extremely powerful heart. Chen Xiang took the crystal core and returned to his room. Then he handed it over to the Mei Jing sisters. You can control the power of life and pour it into the crystal. Chen Xiang reminded Mei Jing sisters it was most suitable for them to nurture the crystal. The crystal was refined using his blood, so it would definitely be loyal to him in the end. Right now, Chen Xiang was looking forward to the moment when his pill spirit grows up. This way, I can have a large number of strong strength Dan. We can all quickly become stronger. Feng Kur laughed. These heaven old divine race people will all be SCU, in our eyes then. Tomorrow is the heavenly pill AS. Semli, go and join in the fun. Winning or losing is not important to me. Chen Xiang was only there to increase his experience. The alchemist here mainly refined mad arrogance pills. Right now, he understood strong strength Dan the best. At dawn, when Chen Xiang walked out of his room, he saw Yui Ran waiting for him in the hall. It doesn't matter if you don't go now. You're already strong enough. Yui Ran said, even though your current cultivation is not high, your pill refining skills are considered outstanding amongst your peers. Since everyone is here, of course, we have to join in on the fun. Actually, I want to let these arrogant heaven old divine race people see. Us humans are not inferior to them. Chen Xiang laughed. All right, then let's go. Yui Ran's strength could still be considered strong, so he did not need to worry that someone else might attack Chen Xiang. The starting point of the Heavenly Pill A.S. Semli was at the huge plaza at the entrance of Heavenly Dan Landlord's mansion. A few days ago, this Heavenly Dan landlord had announced that he had refined a pill spirit. When Chen Xiang and Yui Ran arrived, they realized that they had come too early and the sky had only just started to brighten. Brother Yu, you're really early. When Heavenly Dan landlord arrived, he chuckled and waved to the blue-clothed man behind him. It was the pill spirit that he had refined. This is a Huaquan Dan, refined for my elixir. Take a look, what's its quality? Heavenly Dan landlord had a complacent smile on his face, causing Yui Ran to feel extremely unhappy. Yui Ran took the pellet and looked at it, then said, the quality is very good. As expected of a pellet refined from a pellet spirit. Oh, right, he shouldn't need to refine it, right? He should be able to condense it directly.